And a look at the starting lineup for the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Ryan Newman finished second in this race 1 year ago. And Jimmie Johnson, who has 2 top 10s and 3 Darlington races, there on the front row. The 1980 winner, Terry Labonte, in row number 2 with Elliott Sadler, finished 7th in the spring race here. Bobby Labonte, the 2000 Southern 500 winner, in row number 3, along with the current Winston Cup Championship leader, Matt Kenseth. Mark Martin, former Southern 500 winner, 1993, and Ricky Craven came out on top of that fantastic finish here back in March. Greg Biffle's got a new crew chief this week. He's in row number 5, along with Dave Blaney, who's got his only top 5 finish of the season here back in March. He finished 3rd. Johnny Benson of Michigan and Dale Earnhardt Jr. of North Carolina. In row number 6, Earnhardt Jr.'s best Southern 500 finish in 11th. Sterling Marlin, a 2-time Darlington winner, along with the 5-time Southern 500 winner Jeff Gordon in row number 7. Look a little deeper into the field. Jeremy Mayfield had a very good car in practice. Dale Jarrett's supposed to start in row number 9. He'll be dropping to number 10 rather. He'll be dropping to the back of the field in a minute. All right, while they make their parade and pace laps, how about we talk to the championship leader, BP?
Good idea. Matt Kenseth, Benny Parsons, you got me?
Gotcha, Benny.
Okay, is this a day to try to win, or is this a survival day?
Well, both. You know, first you got to, like Dick Trickle always said, to finish first, you must first finish. And this is really a track where you have to take care of your equipment. You got to try to stay off the wall and have yourself in a position to win at the end. So we're going to try to race the racetrack and hopefully make the right adjustments to our car here and put ourselves in a position where we can go forward there the last 50 or 60 laps. Try to get up there and win the last Southern 500 on Labor Day.
How was the car yesterday, Matt?
We run some fast speeds early in practice, but it wasn't handling quite like we liked it. So Robbie and them guys thought of some changes to make for today. Changed a few things overnight and plan on having to adjust on it here during the day to hopefully get dialed in for the way the track will be at the end of the race.
Well, good luck to you, man.
Benny.
And while we look at the rest of the lineup, just a minute ago, Chad Knaus, Jimmie Johnson's crew chief, starting 2nd, had this little warning to him over the radio today. It's good news. Listen to this.
Jimmie, turn your brake bands on and your bead blowers on. For the first time in many, many weeks, I don't have to say save your fuel.
Ha-ha, that's right. All we worry about today are tires. We don't have to worry about gasoline because the tires will wear out before they use all the gasoline.
They'll wear out before the first laps.
3 cars have to drop to the rear. Jimmy Spencer in a backup car. You saw his qualifying crash earlier. Derek Cope and Dale Jarrett had to change engines. They will go to the end of the line for the start of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. 1 lap away from the green flag. Let's check on pit road, Matt.
Back in the spring, Elliott Sadler won the pole, but he couldn't close the deal and finished 7th. He starts 4th today. The car lightning fast in the final practice, but that was on short runs. They tried to get that car to work more on long runs. His biggest concern, the patches down in the corners. Dave?
Matt, keep your eye on driver number 8 today. He makes his 8th Winston Cup Darlington start, and he's already had his Darlington stripes hit the wall twice in practice before he ever took a qualifying lap, but that didn't break the car. He just broke it in for Darlington. Matt, Marty?
Well, Dave, talk about a team that's on a roll. Kevin Harvick has 4 straight top 5 finishes, including finishing 2nd in the last 2 races. In his words, the car was wonderful in happy hour. They made no changes this morning. Last time this car ran for Kevin was Chicago, where he almost won the race before running out of fuel. Bill?
This is one of the trickiest pit roads in all of Winston Cup racing. It's curved to fit the front stretch shape. It's also divided into islands. But the trickiest part comes all the way down in turn 4, trying to get onto pit road. A very narrow throat. It's tough to do. Miss pit road, you lose a lap. Lose a lap at Darlington, you probably lose the race. Alan?
And Elliott Sadler mentioned patches. They have several over in turn 2. Also up in there we see some between 3 and 4.
Those are rough spots that were taken out of the pavement from the spring race to now. The drivers have been talking about the change in grip as they go across those. We'll see if it throws anybody's handling off throughout the day.
And those white edges are new since yesterday. We'll see if that throws a wrinkle into getting around this racetrack.
367 laps at tough old Darlington Raceway underway with the 54th Southern 500.
lot of polite drivers right now, BP.
Yes.
Ryan Newman leads lap 1.
And everyone made it through the first lap. Good news.
Jimmie Johnson second, Elliott Sadler third, Terry Labonte fourth. Watching Dale Jr. race with Dave Blaney. This is for 8th and 9th spots.
Talking to Tony Ure this morning, he said that Junior is going to run that high line, going to go in high, going to let the car stay up high. He feels like if you turn that car across the racetrack to try to turn under someone, that you're making those tires angry and using those tires up before their time.
Probably every crew chief on pit road is saying to his driver right now, race the racetrack, race the racetrack. Driver's got to get irritated of hearing that after a little while, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's good too here because it does back you down a little bit. You start trying to get aggressive really early, especially when the tire temperatures and the tire pressures are low. You could really damage your tires right now. So it's a good thing to hear.
So Earnhardt Jr. not able to mount a charge on Blaney to pick up the 8th spot. Up front, Ryan Newman, in the last couple of Darlington races, has led 1 lap apiece. So he's already led more than he had in the previous 2. And Junior still trying to find a way around Blaney. That's the first side-by-side action of the field.
Now, if he could just stay there, he's got the spot already.
Blaney gave him a break. He backed up a little bit and let that 8 car slide up in front of him. To the delight of this 70,000 people in attendance today.
Johnny Benson trying to hold off Jamie McMurray for a spot. That's 15th place.
Sterling Marlin and the 19 car of Jeremy Mayfield is driven by the 10 of Benson. So drifting back a little bit is Johnny.
Jamie McMurray we're riding with now. If you were with us yesterday in our coverage of the NASCAR Busch Series 200. Oh, trouble, turn 3. 4 cars, 5 cars involved.
And Dale
Jarrett, Michael Waltrip, Dale Jarrett just got a piece of Waltrip. Got Christian Fittipaldi and Rusty Wallace all in the wreck. That's 2 weeks in a row. Look at that.
My goodness.
I think a lot of that was from the 88 hit him.
Yeah.
The second impact there.
So that engine change, Dale Jarrett qualified 19th. Rusty Wallace still sitting on the racetrack. Dale Jarrett qualified 19th, but during his qualifying run, tagged a valve.
Can't get it to go.
With a piston, had to change it.
Christian Fittipaldi. And add Tony Raines to that list of drivers I gave you.
That's a lot of damage to that car, Wally.
Yeah.
Man.
Every end, sides, both sides.
There's Tony Raines. And his first Southern 500 start. I checked that, his second Southern 500 start will come up very short.
Well, the 43 car is the first one we see in the wall. What caused all that to begin? No way of knowing.
Zero got into the left rear quarter panel, the 43 car of Christian Fittipaldi. Looks like what started it.
This won't be a good view. This is on board Michael Waltrip.
What's up, guys?
Not a whole lot he could do on
We'll
that.
try to make it here on pit road.
And an equally ugly view on board Dale Jarrett's car.
In here, stay down, all the way down, all the way.
Didn't get down far enough.
Could not get down far enough because he was just going too fast to go all the way down on the apron and not spin. Matt?
Benny, Dale Jarrett just left his pit stall. He came on the radio and said, we have killed the right front. He said, it is towed out big time. I can barely turn it. He's going to come back in. They tried to pull away some of that sheet metal. He's going to come back in again so they can try to fix that toe. Heartbreak for this guy. His dad won this race back in '65 by 14 laps. He wants to win one of the last Labor Day Southern 500s.
Remember last Saturday night at Bristol, Michael Waltrip and Rusty Wallace in an early accident that knocked them both out of the race. Both drivers' cars heavily damaged here early in the Southern 500. This was last Saturday night at Bristol.
And watch this, Rusty Wallace comes along right there and pounds the back of that 15 car. As a matter of fact, Rusty went to the hospital for checkup. Everything was okay, but really rung his bell.
That was last weekend. Now this weekend, just a handful of laps into this race, 6 laps as a matter of fact. Both drivers' cars heavily damaged in another scramble, this one up in turns 3 and 4. So got a half a dozen cars involved in the wreck, and pit road is still closed because there's a lot of safety equipment sitting at the entry to the pit lane. So none of the lead cars should be coming in. There you see those involved in this early accident at Darlington. Ryan Newman is the leader. We're under caution in the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
It can be open this time?
I'm not sure. I'll listen for it. I'm watching the flag. Yeah, well, I'll let you know plenty of time.
So, I think got one car stuck up against the wall, and they got some ambulances and stuff right at the entrance of pit road. So I think it'd be another lap or 2.
Okay. Just so you know, my brain is telling me we should be stopping here, just so you know.
I know we should stop, but I just don't want to come out of the pits 25th. Problem with where we're at. You know, if I was 15th, I'd stop no matter what, but I don't want to lose everything here either.
Yeah, it's 4. I just know better. Okay.
But you got the extra band, extra menu. Road will be open this time. Pit road will be open.
It's second gear, 3900. I think we should be coming, boys, here. 4 tires.
NBC Sports live at Darlington Raceway with the 54th running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. An early caution for a 6-car crash in turns 3 and 4 has kept pit road closed until now.
6 laps under green flag racing, and here they're all coming down pit road. Unbelievable. Marty, coming to you.
VP, Jeff Gordon started 14th, currently running in the 12th position as he hits pit road. Car tight in and through the middle, 1.5 rounds in the right rear wedge and 4 tires, Matt.
And Terry Labonte's guys are waiting for him to hit his pit stall. He said his car was loose on entry in 1 and 2 and loose up off turn 4. They're going to make a chassis adjustment. You can see the wrench going in the back window and an air pressure adjustment. Dave in the right rear.
Jimmie Johnson gives up second place. They have a right rear tire going flat. They had another car check it on the track. They make a track bar adjustment to fix the tight condition. Bill?
Ryan Newman said his car was definitely tight, even under just a handful of green flag laps. 2 rounds of wedge is a chassis adjustment. 4 tires. He's got the #1 pit stall waiting on the left rear. It's going to be close. He should beat out the field, followed by Terry Labonte.
Good pit stop by Junior's guys, too. Looked like they got him a couple of spots on that exchange of stops.
A couple guys look like they may have got into each other leaving the pits.
Here's the camera at the scoring line at pit exit. Check this out.
Oh, Ryan Newman barely beats Terry Labonte. And Jimmie barely beats Craven. What a great pit stop by Craven's crew.
Elliott Sadler through there. So Terry Labonte will take over second spot. And Ryan Newman holds the lead through that set of pit stops. Rusty Wallace checked and released from the Infield Medical Center. Under caution at Darlington in the Southern 500.
We just got to keep working on it there, guys. Makes a big difference here in pit road. A lot of stops today.
Be one to go when you get here. One to go. All right, coming to the green this time.
Earlier today during pre-race ceremonies, three-time Winston Cup champion and five-time Southern 500 winner Cale Yarborough was recognized, part of the Winston Victory Lap program, commemorating his championships and his accomplishments during Winston's reign in the sport. Good to have you here. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Had a big time. Got out there and drove a couple of laps, victory laps, and thought about might stay out there and run, maybe run 500 miles, but I looked around, I didn't see any Pearsons or Parsons or Bakers or Darlingbacks. I said, ain't no competition out here. I think I'm going to sit in the ground.
Hey, you still got your suit on, so you're hoping one of those guys needs some relief. I know what you're thinking.
Jeff Gordon just got a little back bumper damage on this restart as we go back at it. Stay with us here, Cale. Call a few laps if you wouldn't mind.
All right.
Appreciate you being here. Gordon got his back bumper beat in on the restart. We'll follow up on that here in a second. Look at Mark Martin's nose.
Wow, I guess he got a beat in.
He was the one. And Joe Nemechek, rather, caught a piece of somebody in his left rear.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm like Benny and Wally. You know, if something's going to happen to your race car, you want it to happen early here and happen good.
Yeah.
Wally, I mean, this is a killer to run all day long and then or either have to fight a bad race car all day.
I'll tell you, I don't know how Mark can even see.
I don't either.
Kevin Harvick.
I don't think he can see.
Trying to work on Mark Martin. That is going to be for 14th spot.
Yeah, this isn't a place that you want to have a wounded race car for 500 miles.
And Sterling Marlin all of a sudden just pulls over in a Coors Light car. Something up with that car. You know, they talked about a miss yesterday morning.
Roy, see if it busted the radiator or just knocked the ductwork out. He crumpled the front end in pretty good.
Maybe he got a piece of Joe Nemechek.
I think he may have a, it looked like the right rear tire was low from that back angle, but.
There's what Mark is trying to look over, and Let's see if we can see exactly what might have happened on the restart that caused all these problems.
Going up through the gears. Well, it looked like a bunch of guys just checked up in front of Jeff.
Yeah. So there's the back bumper damage on the 24.
A lot better back there than the front of these cars.
Yeah, he got the better end of that.
There's where Kenseth got hit by Jeff.
Matt, any damage on this 17 car?
BP jumped on the radio and asked his team to look at that grill just to see if there's any damage. He says the water is starting to climb up over 230 right now. Robbie Ryder said that looks okay. We'll have to start pulling tape on that first stop.
That certainly looks okay.
All right, while all that's been going on, Rusty Wallace has come out of the infield medical center. Let's hear from him. Marty?
Rusty, what happened? About 4 or 5 cars spun right in front of me. We went into turn 3, everything was fine, car was running great, a little tight, that was about it. Went in and all of a sudden I saw 3 cars spin and I was up top of the racetrack already and they just all crashed up into me and that was it. 2 weeks in a row for these guys, but tonight they will be able to fix the car and get out there and limp around for a little while.
I'll be surprised to see if he doesn't have water temperature problems in that 6 car here pretty soon.
He's got handling problems, obviously. He's fallen back through the field a good bit. They could use a caution flag. They just don't want to be it.
Yeah.
Ricky Craven, Dale Earnhardt Jr. there, 32 and 8, 4th and 5th spots.
So Dale Jarrett's going behind the wall.
Yeah. Got a lot of cars in the garage awfully early here, don't we?
Sterling Marlin took his car directly to the garage area. Dale Jarrett, they tried to fix his car on pit road, as Cale said, took his to the garage area.
Ryan Newman leads through all of this. Terry Labonte second, Jimmie Johnson third. Here we go for 4th. Give that one to Dale Jr. Now Craven back to 5th. Elliott Sadler, Matt Kenseth right behind him, looking to join in on the fun.
Sadler's got a good run, had a good run coming out too, because Ricky Craven had to check up a little bit in turn 2, and Elliott takes the spot.
And Kenseth trying to get there, and Craven wisely backs up, lets him in.
Cal talked with Benny and Wally earlier about why this racetrack is so tough and what it means to a driver to win here. You are from this area, grew up around here. What did it mean to you to win 5 Southern 500s?
Oh, it was the greatest thing. You know, if it hadn't been for Darlington Racetrack, I probably wouldn't have ever been in the racing business. But, you know, growing up 20 miles from here and coming over here when in 1951 and seeing this place, I said, man, that's for me. But it's the toughest old racetrack ever built. I don't care what anybody says, to win here is a feather in anybody's hat.
Bobby Labonte working on Ricky Craven there. That's for 7th and 8th spots.
Because you have to race the racetrack first and worry about the cars later.
Absolutely. But you can't let the cars get away from you. You got to race both of them. This old racetrack can jump out and bite you awful quick.
Watching Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte here now. How about Bobby Labonte, Bill?
Just over the radio from Bobby to his crew. I hope it doesn't mean anything, but something sounds funny, referring to perhaps a possible miss in the engine.
That would not be good.
Martin pulled it in.
Took his car to the garage area, not to pit road. That's always a bad sign. Junior going to the front, battle for 3rd. He's got it.
And he's got all the fans on their feet here at Darlington. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. up to 3rd spot now. Meantime, the growing roster of drivers in the garage. Marty.
Yeah, we got a little triage going on down here, Alan. Sterling Marlin, what happened?
I don't know. I don't know if somebody missed a gear on the restart or what, but yeah, we took off as normal and they got in 3rd gear and they just jammed the brakes on and stopped. Nowhere to go, and everybody just hit each other. Started from like the 24 on. I don't know if he missed a gear, and the 6 hit him, and let's see, 16 hit him. I hit 16. I think somebody hit me, so it's unreal. I mean, the luck we're having.
And as you guys mentioned, Mark Martin has now pulled his car into the garage as well, obviously overheating, pouring water or steam out of the overflow pipe.
So the one-word summation of the early laps of the Southern 500 for a lot of these racers, mess.
Not too good.
Big mess. Dave Blaney trying to get a spot from Bobby Labonte. That's 11th place. Cal, what have you been up to these days?
Oh, man, I've been working hard.
Got your car dealerships?
Yeah, dealerships, and I got 5 grandchildren and 1 on the way, and boy, I got all the duty that I want to do.
Listen, it's great to see you. You look like you could jump in one of these cars and give them a fight for it.
Well, good. Thank you. I enjoyed being here all these drives. I'll tell you what, Benny, I think this is the first lap I ever made that I got a cheer from everybody in the grandstand.
Yes.
And I appreciated that.
A couple of them used to boo you, didn't they?
Used to boo me a little bit, yeah. But I've even got one from everybody today, and great race fans, and I hope that the November race is going to turn out to be successful for them.
And Kelly, it really will be, because moving to that date, a lot cooler. It's got to be better.
The only thing that bothers me is they're going to have to cancel Labor Day, you know, because Labor Day was formed around the Southern 500. So I hate to see them have to cancel Labor Day, or either maybe move it to November.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Good.
Cale,
enjoy being with you, fellas.
Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Great
Good.
to see you.
Thank you.
Cale Yarborough, 3-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion, 5-time Southern 500 winner. Dale Jarrett behind the wall. Marty.
DJ, I've got to buy you a good luck charm. You had an excellent car in happy hour yesterday. What happened to put you in the garage?
I don't know. They started wrecking in front, and I tried to get down and just didn't get far enough. Somebody came off the track and got right front of it. So just unfortunate, you know. It's all goes back to the deal on Friday qualifying of not getting it in high gear. The transmission went back to second, and that's why we had to go to the rear. We had to change engines, but just unfortunate. We had a really good car yesterday, but we'll never know that now.
Many people said he was the best car yesterday, and as he said, behind the wall right now, won't know if they could have won the race or not.
BP, we talk about that all the time. You know, it seems like when we talk about it, it doesn't happen, but how important track position is on qualifying, because you got a good car, you got to work your way up through the back. If something happens, you're going to be in it a lot of times.
If Dale Jarrett had started 19th, I'm sure that he'd still be out there racing right now.
Terry Labonte's out there racing very successfully right now. Second place, Matty.
Chassis adjustments on the last stop have helped the race car. He says the car is now very consistent. Jim Long, the crew chief, telling him lap times look great, keep it up, but keep your eye in the mirror. That 8 car is coming and coming fast.
Yes, he is. Earnhardt Jr. just getting around Joe Nemechek, who's a couple of laps down. He's now within about a second of Terry Labonte. Ryan Newman is the leader, though, 29 laps in to the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
's a lap, Cat.
The middle and the entry is really good. It's just the exit.
10-4.
Outside and clear. By 12.
C191, leader at a flat. C199, leader at a 15. For lap 33, 23 in the tires, Matt, 23 in the tires, 3209.
NBC Sports at NASCAR's original super speedway for the Southern 500. And next weekend, as we check our Wendy's race menu, we move on to the Richmond, Virginia short track. That's going to be a great one. Saturday night, 7 o'clock on TNT. Then the Loudon, New Hampshire Mile, Dover, Delaware's Monster Mile, and Talladega. Need we say more?
No. About enough said.
Race for the championship on NBC and TNT. Ryan Newman is the leader of the Southern 500. He's led all but one lap. Jimmy Spencer stayed out when everybody else pitted. Led a lap, then came down pit road. A new second place runner, though.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car, and he is gaining on the 12 car. See, about a half backstretch. Meanwhile, Michael Walter, a teammate in the garage area with Marty.
Well, VP Michael's team went almost a year without not finishing a race, and now 2 weeks in a row. Mikey, we got to stop meeting like this.
This is terrible. You know, we, as everyone always says, Marty, we had a great car. I mean, we really did yesterday in practice, and this morning in the race started, it was good. And I don't know who caused that mess, but turn 3 is very tight when you enter, and there was nowhere to go. It was unavoidable. So when that's the circumstance, you don't get your head down too low because you know you can bounce back next week. I just hate it for our team, all the boys that work on the Napa Auto Parts Chevy. Sorry, they're working on it right now. In fact, we're going to go to Napa and get us some parts. And then I wanted to say happy Labor Day to all the hardworking people in this country that come and watch us race and make this sport what it is. Thanks a lot.
Well said.
Very nice, Michael. Yes.
Guy on the move right now is that 19 car, Jeremy Mayfield. He just passed Jeff Gordon for a spot lap or 2 ago. Now he's up to 7th, and he's working on Jimmy Johnson for 6th. And maybe Elliott Sadler for 5th. Well, here comes Jeff Burton around him.
Yes, Burton just drove by, so put the 99 car in the mix as a car that has some speed. Meanwhile, Kenseth, the 17 car, has gone by Terry Labonte, moved into the 3rd position.
And this is where it counts. I mean, this is where you'll see the cars that are better on the longer runs starting to shine right now. The cars on the shorter runs are starting to fall back. So this is where you want your car to work. You want your car to work the best on old tires.
Went back to green at lap 13, so about to hit lap 41. Well, Matt Kenseth told us it was a day to race the racetrack and then race to win. He's succeeding fairly well, though it's very early on.
And I've been talking about a change of the point system, that I would like to see a change in the point system. And I think Kenseth and Robbie Reiser thought I was talking about them. Guys, I told them they are having a championship year. I don't care how the points are, they would be up there contending for the championship because they have had a terrific year. I'm certainly not demeaning anything they've done.
Right, they'd still be in the lead for the championship. It just maybe be a little bit closer.
That's right.
Ryan Newman out in front by 2 seconds over Dale Earnhardt Jr., Bill.
And enjoying it after that pit stop. They made the changes. He said the car's not bad. It's tight in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Loose off of 4. He's aware of traffic, but good run for the 12. Dave?
Well, one of the reasons that Dale Earnhardt Jr. did so well and made up time on the track was, of course, his car is very fast, but also in the pits, they made up time because they had to put so little gas in. Gas man Jeff Clark was able to put the can back behind the wall and then run up to the front of the car, pick off the tire, and save the tire carriers time. It saved him over a second on pit lane, and they picked up 3 spots. Matt?
Well, Matt Kenseth, Dave, has moved up into the 3rd position, telling his crew chief Robbie Reiser the car loose on entry, loose on exit. That's what they're going to work on their next stop. That's the reason, though, why he pulled around the 5, because Terry Labonte is just the opposite. He has gone to the tight side. They're talking about an air pressure adjustment all the way around on all 4 corners to try to get that race car more grip. Also track bar next stop to help the tightness. Alan?
We didn't want to call that through the field because that brought out a caution. So how about that's a teaser through the field?
That's just a teaser of what we can do when these guys go about 10 or 15 deep through the field and tell you what's going on with each and every one of these drivers.
Behind Terry Labonte, you've got Jeff Burton running in 5th and Jimmy Spencer on pit road, certainly an unscheduled stop. Spencer running down in 32nd position before this trip to the pit lane.
We see a man over already tearing the tear off the windshield, trying to help the visibility, making a chassis adjustment on the 7 cars. We see the 4819 up in the left window of your screen.
That's for 7th place.
You say that's an unscheduled stop, but you know, sometimes you see these guys in the past, they'll do the 40-lap run and put tires on every 40 laps. What are they doing down there, Matt, on the 7? What's their strategy?
Wally, 2 words. Bad loose. Bad loose. Track bar adjustment, pulled the rubber out the right rear. He just had too much to handle there. They decided to give up the ghost and pit and try to work on it.
Jeremy Mayfield's been able to get by Jimmie Johnson finally.
And now Greg Biffle taking a peek under Johnson for spot. That's 8th place that Biffle's going to take. How about that 19 car?
Alan, Jeremy Mayfield is like that car all day long. In fact, on that first early pit stop, no changes to the car chassis-wise, 4 fresh tires. He reports now about lap 40, just a little bit tight, but not so tight that he couldn't get by the 48. Marty?
Well, Dave, just to finish up, all of the cars in the garage area, I just talked to Mark Martin. He kind of said the same thing Sterling Marlin said. Traffic got stacked up in front of him. They, too, are going to replace a radiator. Sterling Marlin has just now left the garage area. Mark Martin should be leaving in about 5 minutes or so, but Mark was very disgusted about what happened on the track. They had an excellent car, and they thought they had a chance to win. There, Alan, we've covered them all.
8 cars making trips to the garage in the opening laps.
Jimmie Johnson loose there.
Of the Southern 500. Here's what happened back at lap 6. A 6-car pileup up in turn number 3. Jason Leffler and Christian Fittipaldi in the vicinity of its start.
Taking out Rusty Wallace, Dale Jarrett.
And then on the restart from that caution, the front of the field got bottled up. Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon and Sterling Marlin and Joe Nemechek. All kind of people with troubles here in the early going.
Casey Mears, the 41 car, about to go a lap down to Ryan Newman.
Casey running in 30th place now. Ryan Newman has led 46 of the 47 laps that have been completed so far. We're past 50 miles in the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Nothing coming at all. Doing good here.
.39 leader to 40. For lap 50, Matt, lap 50, 32.44, leader to 59. .41, leader to 55.
NBC's coverage of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 is brought to you by the next Ford F-150 coming September 4th. By Discover to Go, it pays to discover. By new Smirnoff Ice Triple Black, triple filtered for a crisp, clean bite. And by McDonald's.
Second place is changing hands as we come back to the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Matt Kenseth getting around Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'll tell you what, Kenseth and his teammate Jeff Burton, watching our scoring monitor, they've been the fastest cars the last few laps, even faster than leader Ryan Newman.
99 cars started in 28th place. Jeff Burton is now running 4th and closing. Marty.
Jeff Burton's car is excellent, Alan, and they knew they would be better on the longer runs. They came here and tested 2 weeks ago, and they ran 850 miles over 2 days in that test. That's a lot of miles here at Darlington when it was hot, just like it is right now. But Jeff Burton's car, very good on those longer runs, and Ford has had many great moments here over the years. The Southern 500 has many great finishes, but one of Ford's best moments was the 1999 season when Jeff Burton swept both races here. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
The way he's running, going to be a lot of people looking at Jeff Burton throughout the day if they can keep it up. Steady climb to the front.
And you can see in 39 laps, picked up 16 positions.
Little paint scheme difference there. You see MDA on the side of Jeff Burton's car, and his sponsor Citgo, big supporter of the Jerry Lewis Muscular Dystrophy Telethon on Labor Day. And Jeff is driving hard to the front today. Checking out the gap up to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Matt Kenseth, third and second places. And it's another 3 seconds in front of them before you get up to race leader Ryan Newman. How about our Stacker 2 NASCAR Winston Cup track fact? Darlington Raceway is very oddly shaped. One end of the racetrack is much more narrow than the other, and it's that way because of a minnow pond. Harold Brasington, the raceway developer, bought the land from the Ramsey, Sherman Ramsey, who was farming cotton and peanuts on the property, but he made a promise to Mr. Ramsey that he wouldn't affect his minnow pond. And that's why the end of the track that's now turns 3 and 4 is narrower than turns 1 and 2. He made the track shape to fit the land he had to build it on.
And you can see just how much larger that turns 1 and 2 are, the area all through there, than 3 and 4.
But I'll tell you what, that oddness is great.
Oh, yes.
It really makes this racetrack fun to watch a race at.
And it's fun to drive. It's a fun racetrack to drive.
All right, but after 49 laps on a set of tires, how fun is it?
Well, if you like to slide a race car, it's a ball. If you listen to his throttle, you'll hear how he's not real aggressive with it. He'll roll out of it. He'll pick it up just a little bit. Right around here. Easy on the gas. And he starts getting on it. But even when he gets on it, you almost want that car pointed straight, BP, because this place just, right now you've got no grip and you are just sliding around.
Yeah, you got to wait till you get to the throttle. The car is aimed and then get on the throttle, because otherwise it's liable to spin out from under you. There, it almost did coming off that corner.
How about the 8 car, Dave?
Alan Jr.'s last radio transmission. Just chilling here, boys. Just saving my stuff.
All right. Well, good for you, Junior. I talked to Tony Uri this morning, and they both, Junior and Senior, were very, very happy with the car and felt like they had something they could compete with today.
We'll go in there about 22 more.
And Dale, you can see on the steering wheel, I mean, you've got to fight this racetrack, but
70 laps a set.
Actually, Dale's not really fighting it as bad as a lot of guys out there. There's a big drop in the speed. We talked about that earlier.
So that best lap's probably the first lap after the restart on that set of tires, and now the last lap a whole lot slower.
And if he goes another 22 laps on these tires, he can knock about another 7 or 8 mile an hour off that time.
You heard them. They just talking about they're going to stop on lap 82. Another 21 laps, so yeah, they'll be even slower.
What do we see in the yesterday Busch race? About 15 miles per hour?
15 miles per hour. So he's got a couple more miles per hour to slow down.
Tell you who's slowing down is Ryan Newman, and Kenseth and Earnhardt Jr. are really closing on him. He was up nearly 3 seconds on them about 5 or 8 laps ago. Bill, it's down to now 7/10 of a second.
Yeah, I think that's just the tires. I think his car was just so good in the beginning. Talking to his crew now, talking about the tires going away, because a few laps ago he radioed in that the balance of the car is good, and with 40 laps on his tires, he was happy with how it was handling. So might just be the tires giving up and slowing down, the other guys catching him, looking around lap 85 for the 12.
And now's where the crew chief's got to figure out how to make those adjustments to get this car better right now at this point.
You see, if you just knew the caution flag was not going to come out, before all these guys pitted. You could dive in right now, get on 4 fresh tires. A Ricky Rudd back in 17th could come in right now, get 4 fresh tires, and by the time he got around to all these other cars, he would be leading the race.
He'd be flying.
He would be flying while they're out there running around slow.
But if the caution comes out, Ward
got damage on the right front of Ward's car, yep.
And he goes a lap down. So Matt Kenseth trying to track down Ryan Newman for the race lead.
And looks like he's closing in. Just car lengths now.
Boy, he's eating up a second disadvantage in about a lap. Ryan's got to wave him by here, huh?
Well, yeah, I think he will. I think there you see they're pretty even 1 and 2, but it looked like that last lap, Matt Kenseth made a lot of time on Ryan coming down here into 3 and 4.
About the 3 and 1.
Oh, talking about debris in 1.
Third place changes hands. NASCAR's spotter down in turn 1 is talking with race director David Hoots, and they're trying to locate what it is they're talking about. Is it in the groove? Is it below the line?
And that's where the 17 car is picking up a lot of time on Ryan Newman at 12. It's at 3 and 4 right now.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan's about as good as he is down between in turns 1 and 2.
Looks like they think that whatever the piece was that they spotted is below the line down there, so it's off the banking, and we're going to stay under green.
You see Ryan Newman pointed out the window, going down the backstretch, kind of letting Matt know, okay, I know you're there. Go underneath me. And there you see it.
There he goes.
And the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship leader takes the lead of the Southern 500. Could this be the day that Kenseth gets his 2nd win of the season? We're very early on, not even 100 miles into the race, but he's doing very well so far.
Just take 3/4 of a pound out of the rear and pull the tape. Still pretty hot. We need to probably take 2 weeks to tape off.
4, we got it covered here. We'll take care of it.
Clear by 5. Mirrors double wide, the 40 on new ones there. Still outside. Clear high. 40 working half a groove down, 1 back on new ones. Be another 2 back for the 12. You got room with the 40 if you want to let them go. Lots of room with the 40. The line working the bottom and inside all by himself.
Talking about debris out there, so we're hanging out here, Matt.
Yellow's out. Yellow for debris. Yellow is out.
Back at Darlington Raceway, NBC's coverage of the 54th Mountain Dew Southern 500. You're watching the leader come to the caution flag. Something has just come off one of the cars in turn 1. Report it might have been Bill Elliott's car. And we see the caution flag for the second time in this race as it hits the 100-mile mark.
And the drivers are going, yee-haw!
Oh, baby, gets me some fresh tires on this thing.
The caution will be a bad break for Ward Burton and Jason Leffler, as well as Jeff Green, who all pitted under the green flag. Ward getting caught for speeding on his green flag pit stop, so that's really cost him. He had to come back in for a penalty, and he's 3 laps down in 32nd place.
Boy, great run today for Jeff Burton in that 99 car.
Isn't it, though?
Worked his way up to 3rd spot and probably was a little faster than Ryan Newman just before this caution flag. Now they've got to put on 4 fresh tires, go back out and run about 15 miles per hour faster than they are right now.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr., the caution, a huge break for him. There was a discussion ongoing on his team radio about the fact that he suspected he had a flat tire. His spotter, Ty Norris, told him, stay out, stay out. NASCAR's talking about a caution. He stayed out. They got the caution. Marty.
Two-time Darlington winner Jeff Burton with just an outstanding run from 28th up to 3rd. The car just got a little bit tight at the end of that run, so they'll take a pound out of both left side tires. That will loosen the car up. Matt.
Point leader and race leader Matt Kenseth, the car loose. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment in the right rear. Also look to pull some tape off the front. The car running extremely hot, Dave.
The 8 car going to make a wedge adjustment. The car was a little tight in the middle, a little free off. Waiting to see if that right front tire was in fact flat. He called it also a bad vibration, Bill.
Ryan Newman tight all the way around the track except loose off turn 4. That's why I had to let Matt Kenseth go by. 4 tires around in the right rear. He's on his way 3rd off the pit road.
Matt Kenseth barely beat Jeff Burton when he came up out of his pit stall and was able to get out ahead of Ryan Newman at the end of pit road.
Here's a race off of pit road, and we see Kenseth first car, and then Jeff Burton in 2nd. Ryan Newman, I think, is going to be in 3rd position. There he is.
I'm telling you, Kenseth came up out of his pit box. He's about halfway down pit road, and Burton was down at the far end of pit road. He did a dragster burnout to get out in front of him. It was pretty big. So the championship leader is in the top spot in the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington.
Kind of surprised me there, Robbie, that didn't go worse. You know, I started off the first lap loose and it just kind of stayed the same the whole run. So if we get a little tighter, I think we'll be pretty decent there. I mean, it seems to be fast like that. Just seem to have a little bit better bite. But it's real nice on the entry, and the turn in the middle is real good. And the bite off 4 is at least as good as everybody else. And I'm a little free. You know, I'm still a little free, but it's decent.
All right, 10-4.
One to go when you get here.
Back end of the body and everything looked good, Robbie, from that restart?
Yeah, not a problem. The grill just got a little bit damaged, but nothing serious.
I know we talk about it every week, but we got to figure out somehow to keep it down, because I just barely touched them again, you know.
10-4. We'll work on it.
Steve, did you get off it there?
Flaps off it.
230 under caution right now. That whole run, I was 230 when I was by myself, and as soon as I got in traffic, I was 240, 245.
4.
Probably going to help you a little better on that restart there. The 12 went for a bit, and he stopped, and he went again, and NASCAR was kind of yelling at him there.
10-4.
Lapcat's coming at you here.
How about our NASCAR Busch Series update? Brian Vickers driving for Hendrick Motorsports. Got a win yesterday. 19 years old. 18-year-old Kyle Busch got second place. And the tight race for the NASCAR Busch Series Championship goes on to Richmond, Virginia next Friday night on TNT. Craftsman Truck Series, no race this weekend. Travis Kvapil leading Brendan Gaughan by 8 points. They race at Richmond on Thursday night.
Okay, BP, this is a tough place here. When you've got cars a lap down, you've got to clear them before you get turn 2, because if you don't, you got to run side by side through turn 2. You got to lift the gas, and those guys you're racing just go away.
And not everyone can clear these cars. As a matter of fact, Kenseth cleared Jeff Green. He did, but the second place car gets squeezed up in the wall.
Now watch the traffic jam right here. Or the wreck. I'm not sure what's going to happen first.
Did Jeff Burton make any contact with the outside retaining wall? I don't know.
One car at Jeff Green, 1 lap down. Steve Park in the 30 is 2 laps down in 29th place.
And look at the lead that Kenseth has now over these guys because of what happened.
Matt Kenseth just clicked on the radio and said, man, he says, I almost wrecked big time there. The thing vapor locked really bad going down into 1.
Well, he got a break. Yeah, he got a break with those guys getting stacked up behind him because he's got about a 2-second lead now.
There he goes down the corner. Now watch Jeff Burton, the 99 car. The red car goes up on the outside of Jeff Green and gets squeezed.
Yeah,
right up against the wall.
He may have just got the tires into the wall, but he got a shot from Steve Park, the 30 car.
But they all got away with it.
Yeah.
So Matt Kenseth leads. The next car in line is the lap car of Todd Bodine. He is now the first one a lap down in 27th place. Then you get second place Jeff Burton and third place Ryan Newman. Dale Jr. now clearing the traffic. Let's look a little farther back. Elliott Sadler and Jeff Gordon racing for 5th and 6th there.
And it is a good race as Jeff Gordon tries to get alongside the 38 of Elliott Sadler.
1 in the 7, not on the lead lap. Remember, Jimmy Spencer had that green flag pit stop earlier when his car was very, very loose. Terry Labonte there. Lost a little ground on the pit stops, trying to make it back up. 5 car.
And here you see Jeff Gordon take a look under Elliott. You've got to present your nose to the guy. And as long as you're in that spot, it'll be the 24th corner now because Elliott Sadler will back off a little bit, let Jeff go. Because you can't run through there side by side. If a guy is underneath you and you go into turn 1, you're going to be a sandwich. You're going to get thrown up into that wall because that car below you will slide up into you, hit you, and knock you into the wall.
Man, oh man, oh man. You got to present your nose to the guy. Do you know how many Kurt Busch, Jimmy Spencer lines there were just hanging right there?
I saw you were fidgeting over here like you wanted to say something, so I thought I'd better keep rambling.
Yeah. Kevin Harvick riding on board with him in 8th place.
Speaking of, there's Kurt Busch. Did the same thing right there to Tony Stewart.
Bill, how bad are the tires wearing?
Well, BP, this is why you'll never see a fuel mileage race at Darlington. This is the left front tire off of Ryan Newman's car, having a good run at a track he says is his favorite. These are the wear pins right here. You can only see the 2 on the inside. The rest are virtually gone. This tire was done after about 65 green flag laps. The left side's completely worn out. The right side is what you would call normal wear for Darlington, which is grumming.
Hey, you know, I heard that from some crew chiefs this morning in the garage area that looking at cars in yesterday's NASCAR Busch Series race, the left side tires, particularly the left rear, was the one that was wearing the most heavily.
And Kurt Busch just bangs the wall off of turn 2 in the 97 car, the Sharpie car. That's because the left front especially drags the racetrack. When you go in the corner, it just drags across the racetrack and wears that rubber right off of it.
11th place, Jimmie Johnson around Tony Stewart to pick up the spot.
Tony Stewart's been losing a few spots here the last couple laps. He's lost 3 or 4 positions.
There's Tony Stewart signing a contract extension with Joe Gibbs Racing this week that'll keep him in that number 20 car through 2009. Dave?
Al, I just want to update you on that last pit stop for the 20 car. They did take on 4 tires. The car was tight. They raised the track bar and made an air pressure adjustment to try to fix it. Doesn't look like it's come in quite yet.
He's struggling. You see Kurt Busch there getting underneath him. As long as Busch could stay there, like I said, Tony Stewart will have to back off and let him go, or he'll become that sandwich into the wall.
4 previous Southern 500s for Tony Stewart. His worst finish, his worst, is 12th.
Sort of late. Did Dave say he was loose? His car looks loose right there.
Johnny Benson trying to get a spot from Dave Blaney, 15th.
Blaney was trying to get under the Tony Stewart car and lost momentum like you talked about, Wally, and as he lost that momentum, he lost 2 spots.
And here comes Ricky Craven. Look at Ricky Craven on the right side of his car. All messed up. That would be what you'd call a modern-day Darlington stripe.
You know, the Darlington stripe used to be a good thing because that meant you're really in the groove and you're going fast as you went up and rubbed that metal guardrail. Now, Darlington stripe is bad. It means you just simply hit the wall.
You showed David Spade what a Darlington stripe was.
But don't you think, BP, if you came home with the race car with no Darlington stripe after this race, your crew guys would be looking at you going, you weren't driving hard enough.
They'd love it. They'd love it.
Elliott Sadler, Jamie McMurray, 11th and 12th. Sadler going backwards, McMurray trying to go through. Jimmy Johnson just went by that 38 car a lap ago. Elliott striped his car up earlier in the weekend. Friday practice, got into the right side wall with the hit into the wall with the right side of the 38 car. Walmart Race Fact. Ryan Newman has led 66 laps today. Matt Kenseth 21. Drivers leading the most laps have won only 3 of the last 11 Southern 500s.
It's a good thing we're not talking to Matt Kenseth right now and reading their Walmart Race Fact. He would not like us to say that.
We got a long way to go.
Oh, don't we ever.
Kenseth leads. Jeff Burton, Ryan Newman, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Jeff Gordon. The rest of the top 5 through the field when we come back to Darlington.
Clear by 7, then another 12 back to the 12.
Austin here, 93, lap 93, 31:52.
Welcome back to Darlington in the Mountain Dew Southern 500, the 54th edition, a Labor Day Classic. Some interesting moments early on, several of the big names behind the wall, but out front, the 17 car of Matt Kenseth. Let's take you through the field and start with Matt.
Matt Kenseth never won here in Darlington Winston Cup, never scored a top 5 here in Winston Cup. Loves the way the race car is right now. Nice on entry, nice in the middle, Marty.
They're telling Jeff Burton on the radio, Matt, the lap times are better than your teammate Matt Kenseth. You are catching him, and remember, you're better on the longer run as well. It has been 64 races since Jeff Burton went to victory lane, November of 2001. Bill?
Ryan Newman started on the pole. The car is loose off of turn 4 no matter what line Matt runs. But the car seems to be getting better after their last pit stop. What's it like to race here at Darlington, where you get one example if you're David Spade riding with Wally? Here's what it looks like to Ryan Newman.
It's probably like driving through a road construction zone where you got barrels on both sides and you only got enough room to fit your vehicle through. That's about what it's like. I mean, and you don't have a chance to slow down. You got to be able to run faster around here. You got to be able to hold it up by the wall and get good runs. And it's not the easiest place to pass on, but it's a pretty good racetrack.
The key for this team, finding out what their tires are like and how their car handles after 60 laps. Burns?
That right front tire that came off of Junior's car in that pit stop was okay, but they don't think they have a different problem. They think they just ran over some debris when they passed the 40 car. Matt?
Terry Labonte started 3rd, now currently runs in the 5th position in the 5 car. The car has been tight most of the day. The chassis adjustment and air pressure adjustment on the last stop hasn't helped enough, Dave.
Little conservative on the first run, according to Jerry Mayfield, radioing to his crew. He just wanted to see what they had. He made a slight air pressure adjustment. The car is good. Bill?
Greg Biffle got a wedge adjustment last time in. He thinks the car will handle better on longer runs after making that adjustment. Now it's just a matter of running the laps and seeing. Marty?
Bill, 5-time Southern 500 winner Jeff Gordon is trying to win his 6th today, pushing in turns 3 and 4 is his biggest complaint right now, but Gordon is one of those guys who comes on late in the race. Kevin Harvick behind him started 18th, running 9th. He's loose into the corner, came on the radio a moment ago, said, I'm not running it hard, that's what you want, right? They said, absolutely. Dave?
Jimmie Johnson started 2nd, has fallen back to 10th. They've been tight everywhere all day. They've got most of it corrected on the last pit stop with the track bar adjustment. Still just a tick tight in the center. Alan?
Trouble turn 4. Looks like Mike Skinner has had problems, and the caution flag is out. The Army car with some right front damage.
Yep, on the whole right side damaged.
Skinner running 26th and last on the lead lap at the time of his problem.
Oh, this racetrack is so hard.
I said it will reach out and bite you.
We talked about it yesterday in the NASCAR Busch Series race. It's almost like there's a magnet. If you get too close, the magnet just grabs the car and sucks you right into it.
And you can never get comfortable here. I mean, if you just slip up, especially on worn tires, if you just slip up a little bit, you run so close to the wall anyway. If you're off just a little bit, you're in it hard.
26 laps since the last pit stops. Everybody will be in.
Oh, yes.
See if we can see what might have happened to Skinner.
Very top of the screen.
Like he just got in the corner and something might have broken, but it certainly got in too hard into the wall. And NASCAR has to throw the caution flag to check for all the debris.
Skinner takes his car to the garage as the leaders come to pit road for stops. Jeff Burton first to get to his box among the leaders. Marty?
He came on the radio, said, Paul, his crew chief Paul Andrews, that's the best we've been on the short run all weekend long. Give me what you gave me last time. Half pound out of both left tires. Got a little bit tight in the middle of that run. He wants a Powerade and a bag of ice. Matt?
The regular rear changer for Matt Kenseth out due to sickness. Chris Hladek is in. This team hasn't missed a beat. A 14.2 and a 13.6. No adjustments on this stop. They just need to clean the grill to keep the temperature down, Dave.
The 8 car was tight into 3. It didn't get much help up off the corner of the last adjustment, so they're reversing that adjustment on the wedge. Bill?
Ryan Newman in the 12, loose off of 4, getting a little 3 and 1 and 2 did not want to tighten it up, so it's 4 tires, fuel, no changes. Had to wait on the left rear. That cost them the first and second spot.
This time, Jeff Burton got out ahead of Matt Kenseth.
Good pit stop for those guys.
Bobby Labonte still making an adjustment. Looked like might have been making an adjustment on the 18 car as he was sitting on the jack.
So all the lead lap cars in there, and Jeff Burton's going to be first off. He will become the 3rd leader on the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Debris in the middle of the backstretch too. Yeah, pit's down there, Robbie. He just, I got to go 400 too slow not to pass the pace car. Burton just dove it in there and made it all up, on the driving part there, I think.
10-4, next time hold it to the inside so he can't get in there.
I'll do what I can there. He shot in there and he had longer to get out, so try to get him next time. That's still good.
Forward, just blow the water out of your mic.
Okay now.
That's a little better. On the restarts, Matt, clear that thing out before we go here. Just clear it out real good.
Clear it out. It's just the gas is too hot. By the time the hot stuff gets from wherever it's getting hot by the pipes there, it gets the carburetor, just quits running. So it's just it's been an ongoing problem.
10-4.
It'll be 1 to go when you get here. One to go. Guys coming at you.
That's Kurt Busch's team, who won the McDonald's Drive-Thru Pit Crew Championship at Bristol, fueled by Powerade. Their car spending the least amount of time on pit road among participating teams. 20 grand to them for last week. Michael Waltrip's team continues to lead the season-long standings for $200,000. Fastest on pit road on this set of stops, Jeff Burton's team. Let's meet him.
Paul Andrews, crew chief, Concord, North Carolina.
Bruce McDermott, Windshield, Palmdale, California.
My name is Ryan Biscaglio, front tire carrier from Lake Worth, Florida.
Donnie Brown, front tire changer, Wilkesboro, North Carolina.
David Cox, Jack Mann, Statesville, North Carolina. Chip Good, rear tire carrier, Statesville, North Carolina.
I'm Jason Myers. I'm the rear tire changer, and I'm from Arvada, Colorado.
Joe Kawasowski, gas man, Spotswood, New Jersey.
Eric Slade, Ketchikan, Hillsdale, Michigan.
The guys that got the job done best for the new leader, Jeff Burton.
And here comes Matt Kenseth already trying to take that lead down the backstretch. Jeff says, come on, Matt, let me lead a couple of laps here. Not to be. Or is it? No.
So that was one lap of green flag racing for Kenseth to take the lead back. Burton second, Newman third, Earnhardt Jr. fourth, Kevin Harvick fifth, then Greg Biffle, Jimmie Johnson, Terry Labonte, Jeff Gordon, and Jamie McMurray are in the top 10.
Steve Park bouncing off the wall there in turn 2.
Yes, it looked that way.
Got 25 cars on the lead lap at this point. Leaders today, been 3 of them. Ryan Newman for 67 laps, Matt Kenseth for 34, and Jeff Burton for 3. Harvick
taking a look, but
those are all lap cars he's messing with there. 41 of Casey Mears is in 29th spot.
Hey, Marty, that 29 car is looking real good right now.
Looking pretty strong, BP. A little bit loose last time, but they're zoning in on the car. Kevin had the advantage of running the NASCAR Busch Series race yesterday, and they made some changes today based on that. You guys talked about the left rear tire wearing out. That happened to Kevin's car yesterday. So they made a spring change this morning trying to help that. Tire wear has been excellent, just a little bit loose.
Kevin Harvick, top five finishes in the last 6 races, 7th to 3rd in the championship standings. I spoke with him earlier in the weekend, said, you know, you're 3rd, but you're 464 points behind Matt Kenseth. Are you thinking championship? He said, have to. Of course I am. He said, Alan Kulwicki came back from 278 points down in 1992 with 6 races to go. I got 12 races left.
I talked to Ryan Newman a couple weeks ago and asked him about the championship, and he said, look, I'm an engineer. As long as the mass... Oh, Kenseth in the wall!
Championship leader picks up a Darlington stripe. Now let's see if he knocked that front end or rear end out of alignment.
Tell you what, like he said, he got into it pretty hard, so...
Take a look at the right side there.
You're doing pretty good. You got no rub, though. No rub.
That's Mike Allen off the spotter. They told him to take a look as the car went by him, and they told him he's brushed the wall, but there is no tire rub. That's important.
Now it'll take a few laps to figure out how his car's handling and see if he's knocked anything around.
Well, a lot of times if you knock the toe out, the steering wheel will be crooked. It looks like the steering wheel's pretty much in the same spot.
Matt, what can you tell us?
Well, first time hearing you, man. All you hear is squealing right now.
Here in Darlington, they brace up that right side with 2x4s or other bracing. One team with even that old modified Nerf bar on that right side. I talked to Robbie Reiser today. He said Matt runs so well here. They do not put any extra bracing up there. That way, in one respect, he knows that he can't get up and get a Darlington stripe because it could be more damage, but the car okay at this juncture.
He dodged one there.
Boy, we hope he did. Let's see. He goes in the corner, leading the race, and this shows you how tough we talk about a magnet. Watch this. It's unbelievable.
He did jump that wall pretty much with the tires, too.
Just pulled him right in.
Yeah.
Line inside. Back to the 12. So, coming inside.
It doesn't look like much, but let me tell you, that's a hard hit. And he's lucky he didn't knock the toe out of that car. Take a ride with him here and see what it... looks pretty good.
Well, right there, where that spot was, he's now backing off the gas, being sure to get the car turned before he gets back on it. Be sure that he doesn't drive that thing up into the wall.
So Matt Kenseth, the championship leader at lap 108, picks up a stripe in the turn 1 wall and drops from 1st to 3rd, though he appears to be at competitive speed at this point. 4th place, Dale Earnhardt Jr. not able to catch him and overtake him for that spot. Kenseth has not had very good luck in the Southern 500. He's finished 37th, 33rd, 23rd, and 37th from 99 through 2002. And Jeff Burton.
He's cruising 2.5 seconds in front of Ryan Newman and pulling away. I was talking about Ryan Newman and asked him about the point standings. He said, look, I'm an engineer. As long as the numbers say you can do it, you never give up.
Yep.
When the numbers say you can't do it, that's when you give up.
Ryan Newman now that far behind Jeff Burton. That is 2.7 seconds. And we're just across the 150-mile mark of the Southern 500. Jeff Burton in the Southern 500, last 6 of them. He's got 3 seconds, a win, a 6th, and a 10th. He's leading right now here at Darlington.
Just keep doing what you're doing here. I'll give you lap times. 1:30, 1:79, leader to 58.
Clear by 8.
Fine, we're good to go here. Clear 117, 117, 3184, leader to 85.
And clear.
Leader 61. Leader to 63.
NBC's coverage of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 is brought to you by Chevrolet. More champions depend on Chevy. We'll be there. By Budweiser. The best things in life are the things that are true. Budweiser. By Napa Auto Parts. Napa. Get the good stuff. And by Little Debbie single-serve snack cakes. Perfect when you're on the go. Unwrap a smile today.
Just past the 150-mile mark of the 54th Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. Jeff Burton is out in front and growing his advantage.
A little bit over 3.5 seconds in front of Ryan Newman, Bill.
Ryan Newman's car is just too loose. Was loose off of 4, now it's too loose in the middle of 1 and 2. They're going to make a chassis adjustment, but they might have a little bigger problem. This was Ryan's radio a moment ago.
Looks like the motor's going south. Still too loose coming off the forward. Need to tighten it up just to fix the next run.
Now Ryan is a guy that really likes to be able to feel his motor under the hood. He likes to talk about it quite a bit. Sometimes it's inspirational, sometimes it's factual. The last couple of times he's made comments about his motor going south, he won. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's right. In Michigan, he was complaining about the engine.
Well, we'll watch. Newman running second right now. Last lap time 0.4 of a second slower than Jeff Burton.
Kevin Harvick, the 29 car, has caught Junior.
It's for 4th place there, BP.
Yes, it is. So Harvick and the Childers team continues their terrific runs of the last couple of months.
Wait, Bud. Go ahead, you're faster. How about it, Dave?
Now in the 8 car, just a little bit tight from the center off right now. That report coming on lap 110. So car not quite as good as Junior would like it right now.
So he falls back now to 5th position. Next car behind him will be Jimmie Johnson, who's in 6th. Kevin Harvick got a chase now. Matt Kenseth for 3rd.
I threw it to Weber just a moment ago. Jeff Burton was 3.5 seconds in front of Ryan Newman. It's now 5.5 seconds in front of him.
Almost 6 now, that lap.
So maybe there is something going on there with Newman's car, besides the handling ills. Jamie McMurray here in the 42 car, having a good run. He's up in 9th place. Started the race back in 17th. We talked about Jamie having the flu yesterday before the NASCAR Busch Series race. Dave, any word on how he's doing today?
And Alan, to add to those flu-like symptoms, cross-country travel this week, not a lot of sleep, and then this hot weather. Just spoke with his crew. He's feeling not 100% this morning when he got in the car, but he really hasn't complained about it much, and he's only asked for the usual here at Darlington. A couple of ice bags on the last stop, and other than that, he hasn't said much about his health.
Here comes Harvick on Matt Kenseth to try and pick up 3rd spot. Kenseth obviously has not helped his car by scrubbing it off the wall.
Looks like Harvick is just going to drive by the 17 car.
Yeah, I think the 17 car is going to give plenty of room and space. And there again, it's just hard to run. You run side by side around here, especially off the corners. The guys that are coming up behind you make a lot of ground on you. You got to run so much slower through the corners when you're side by side.
Here's a guy who's been falling back quite a bit in the last several laps, Jeff Gordon. Marty, he's back to 16th.
And it wasn't long ago, he was running about 8th. Yesterday in happy hour, this team got 17 laps. That was their longest run in happy hour. And we'll be seeing the result of that right now. Jeff never got a really good feel for his car. Came on the radio a moment ago, said we have a serious problem with this car. We need to make some major adjustments on the next stop. I'm working my tail off, and I'm dead sideways in the corner. He's loose in 1 and 2 and tight in 3 and 4. How do you fix that, BP?
Fix that rear bumper, probably.
Yeah.
That rear bumper's not helping any, because I'll guarantee you that's hurt the rear downforce of that car.
That happened in the jam up from the first caution flag on that restart. Gordon got punched in the back end by Mark Martin. Matt Kenseth continuing to slide back now into the clutches of Jimmie Johnson for 4th place. Matt.
Well, Benny, Matt Kenseth, as part of his rehydration system, has a bag of fluid hanging from the roll bar right below our in-car camera. Has a motorized pump that pushes that fluid up through a tube right through the front of the helmet. He can flip the switch as a bite tube, and that's how he gets his hydration under green. But while he's under yellow, the team hands him bottles of water. Well, under the last caution, he spilled some of that water, doused it on his microphone. Now the team cannot understand what he is saying. He screams it 2 or 3 times. They're trying to make out what he is saying about the race car.
Oh, man.
Water and electronics don't work well together.
No, they don't. Bill, we saw Bobby Labonte sitting on the jack on that last pit stop. What are they doing to the car? What did they do to it?
That time, Benny, they took a full rubber out of the left rear. This has been a nightmare for Bobby Labonte after the strong qualifying run. Just started slipping back. First, he didn't like what he heard. Then he didn't like the way the car felt. Then they made changes on pit road, came in under the next caution, took that rubber out of the left rear. Lost positions doing that. Right now, last transmission, a few laps ago, the tires are worn out again, and the car just slides.
Started 5th, running 18th for Bobby Labonte. What a season it's been for Bobby. Started off struggling the opening 8 races, as you see, then got on that hot tear in May and June, finishing second, third, fourth. And then it's gone back the other way on him here in the last several races.
Just can't get it together.
Was in 4th place, 255 points out of the championship lead after the Pepsi 400 at Daytona Independence Weekend. Then had the big fiery crash at Chicago, an engine failure at Pocono and Michigan, Bristol, a crash last week. It's just not been a really good midsummer for the 2000 Winston Cup champion. Of course, this is the final, as we know of to this point, Labor Day weekend running of the Southern 500. They've been running here since September 4th, 1950. Labor Day weekend. It's been a NASCAR tradition for all those years. And our singular Race Talk poll question today reflects the move of the Southern 500 to the second to last race of the season next year. In your opinion, will moving the Southern 500 from Labor Day weekend to later in the season make the race become more important, less important, or won't make a difference? We'd love your votes.
There's Harvick taking second.
Telling you, those guys, as bad as it's been for Bobby Labonte here lately, it's been great for the 29 car. Harvick, entire Richard Childress operation.
Talking with Kevin again as part of that conversation on Friday, Robbie Gordon had said to me earlier in the summer that where the Childress team was lacking was their aerodynamic program on the 1.5-mile, 2-mile tracks. And I asked Kevin about that. He said, you know, you guys have obviously got that turned around. He said, not just that, everybody has gone to work. We've got more horsepower, we've got better chassis combinations, and our aerodynamic program has really taken a step forward.
So it's not just one thing. They've worked on a lot of things.
In fact, Jimmy Spencer just blew up as he went down the front straightaway. Saw a puff of smoke out of his car. I don't know if he'll make it back or not. Yeah, I guess he will. He's still running.
Still under power. Look at the last 9 races for Kevin Harvick. 6 top 5s, 3 second-place finishes, and 1 win in 9 races. Very strong. And he's currently 3rd in the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship standings. He's 2nd in the Southern 500 now, but he's a whopping 7.5 seconds behind Jeff Burton.
Still outside and clear. 8 is clear, 2.5 back. 5, 4.5. And 4. Real good lap there, Kevin.
USA Today is the place for a comprehensive look at motorsports. Get all the latest results, standings, and features to keep you up to date with your favorite teams and drivers.
I love that pullout on this Friday's USA Today about the Southern 500.
NASCAR racing. Jeff Burton is going to love reading the headlines tomorrow morning if his day continues to go as it is now. He's out in front by 8.9 seconds over second place Kevin Harvick.
Long way to go. Did I say it's a long way to go?
See Mark Martin behind him back on the track. After being involved in an early accident, Mark is 61 laps down in 37th place. Couldn't be a long afternoon for him.
Not having any fun.
And he's got most of his fenders on.
Yeah.
Got some other guys out there like Michael Waltrip and Rusty Wallace without any front fenders that are going to be out there limping around all day. It's all going Jeff Burton's way so far today here at Darlington. He has led now on 2 different occasions for 38 laps, led for just 1 lap after a restart, and then moved up and took the lead away from Matt Kenseth, with Kenseth hit the wall leading in turn 1 at the beginning of lap 108. Now here's some of the guys that were involved in the early scrums.
We talk about aerodynamics and how important it is.
None.
Not.
I wouldn't want to hit anything either with that thing now.
No, he's leading with his radiator.
Just joining us, a crash back at lap 6 involving a half a dozen drivers. Touched off with Jason Leffler and Christian Fittipaldi in contact. Michael Waltrip, Rusty Wallace, Tony Raines, and Dale Jarrett caught up in the mess. Then on the restart from that caution, somebody slipped or missed the shift or something up in front, and Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin and Sterling Marlin and Joe Nemechek and Ward Burton all got damaged in that pileup. With Burton and Martin going behind the wall. Gordon has been on track continuously, but his car's handling is off. He's fallen back to 20th place. Right now, midsection of the race, as we approach 200 miles, it is all 99.
Debris in 1.
Boy, Ryan Newman, Matt Kenseth and Ryan Newman, please let there be debris in 1.
Was that Ryan Newman?
Yeah, that's every lap, Ryan Newman.
Yeah, I'm sure he's looking for debris anywhere he can right now. He wants a yellow bad. Dave?
Alan, Jimmie Johnson may be the only realist. He said, it's just tape.
Yeah, right.
Depends where you are, right? Johnson's in 3rd. Marty, who's complaining on your end?
Well, Kevin Harvick and Jeff Burton have both said something about it, and they're running 1, 2 and running away from everybody, so there may actually be something in 1 and 2.
They've run 45 laps on a set of tires. Who's in the chorus on your end, Matt?
Well, of course, the championship point leader, Matt Kenseth, would love to hit pit road to try to fix that right side, just to take a look at it. He's saying there is debris, there is debris. I have seen it, trust me. I have seen it in Wally, just in case they have to fix that right side fender. What's the best tool to have? And they have one down here in the 17 pit.
Got to use a club.
That would be a club. Caution down the racetrack.
Caution for debris. It's going to be the 4th yellow of the Mountain Dew Southern 500, and it comes out 1 lap shy of the 200-mile mark. Well enjoyed by all of these drivers who have now been running 46 laps on their tires.
Well, we know that's pretty much the cutoff mark, 44 laps. They all want in bad.
It's when the wine factor goes up?
Yeah, that's when the wine factor.
That's when they all find debris somewhere around the racetrack.
Okay. And I say that respectfully, of course.
Of course.
So, good break here for Matt Kenseth, whose team gets its first up-close look at his car since he bounced it off the wall leading at lap 108. And a big break for Jeff Gordon and Bobby Labonte and some of the other guys slipping back through traffic in danger of being overtaken and put a lap down by leader Jeff Burton. Mike Skinner just back out from the garage in the 01 car. After he bounced off the wall a little bit ago, he's 48 laps down in 35th place. You see Rusty Wallace, his wounded car, Dale Jarrett's wounded car.
And if you wonder why these guys go back out with no chance to win, they're trying to gain a position or 2 for the point standings.
Here they come to pit road. Burton's crew got him the lead over Matt Kenseth's last time. Let's see if they can hold the lead this time over Kevin Harvick's. Marty?
Believe it or not, Jeff Burton came on the radio, said it didn't feel that good that time, a little looser on that run. Remember, he's been tight on the first 2 runs. All they do is a little half pound into the right front tire, trying to tighten up a little bit of a slow stop for the 99 bunch, Matt.
Radio transmission has cleared up between Matt Kenseth and Robbie Reiser. He says the toe is okay, but you're going to have to pull out the fender, a little tug there as they come around the left side. No adjustments, Dave.
48 team fixed a tight condition last time, but then the car got tighter and tighter. Track bar and wedge adjustment for Jimmie this time. 4 tire change. Bill?
The crew complimented Ryan Newman on how well he did driving that car because it looked so loose. Major chassis adjustment, 4 tires and fuel. He's on his way.
Marty,
Well, I guess Kevin Harvick's description of his car being wonderful was a kind of accurate description. A little bit loose in. They put 1 pound in the right front for Harvick, third place man in the championship, looking very strong. Nice stop for those guys.
Was it he called his car wonderful? He's going to call his crew wonderful after that pit stop, because as we check the pit exit camera, you're going to see the 29 come out first.
Good job, guys.
By a bunch, too.
1 Mississippi, 2, you know, that's a bunch.
A lot.
Jimmie Johnson. Yeah, okay, I know it's a slow motion camera. Give me a break. 200 miles into the Southern 500. I tell you, I get no respect.
All right, Kevin, give me a belt and tug. Pull them tight. We want to go when you get here.
Work with Park here for caution.
10-4. Lap cars been coming inside.
Half a lap for the restart in the Mountain Dew Southern 500 from Darlington Raceway on NBC. Restarts today have been a little bit colorful.
A little bit exciting, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, it tore up about 2 or 3 race cars on that first restart. About lap 14 or so.
Check it out, right at your screen.
Mark Martin pounds the back of Jeff Gordon's car. Watch this. And then later on, lap 77, watch Jeff Burton running in second spot, gets squeezed up right against the outside retaining wall. And then Jeff Green, the 1 car, gets a bump from Steve Park in 30. What's Junior? What's up with Junior?
They were coming to the restart, but there is a problem. And the restart's been waved off.
Done anything.
Dave, what's up?
Guys, I think it's the drivetrain or the transmission. The motor's fine, but he can't get any power to the rear wheels.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, is that turn 2?
There ain't no, no noises or nothing, so I don't think it's a drive shaft, and I don't hear anything, you know. I don't hear anything tore up.
Turn 1 and 2. Inside of turn 1, yeah.
So it's silent.
Okay. So the second place man in the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship is still in the water.
My guess is the input shaft of the transmission, where it goes through the clutch. They've been having trouble breaking those things.
Really?
Yep.
So it's going to take him a minute to get Junior out of the way and give the field the 1-to-go signal and come back around for another try at the restart. We'll take a break and come back to Darlington.
You may want to go when you get here. Car went to the garage, Todd. All right, pace car's off. You got it, Kevin.
Back for the restart.
And green.
Kevin Harvick now the leader of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Jimmie Johnson is second. Greg Biffle is third. Ryan Newman fourth. And Jeff Burton back to fifth. They had a lug hang in the socket on their pit stop. That's why he lost those positions.
Newman going to take the third spot. Biffle had to back off, getting off of turn 2, and Newman didn't.
Meantime, they have pushed Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car back into the Winston Cup garage. And you see the Blood team there attacking it and see if they can come to the quick solution as to what the problem is. We'll get an update in a minute.
They're going to work like it's a rear gear. I'm surprised that it didn't make a noise when he let the clutch out, but that's what they look like they're trying to do, is change the rear gearing in the 8 car.
Jeff Burton working on Greg Biffle for 4th spot.
Did the hard way too.
On the outside.
Terry Labonte, Jamie McMurray right behind Biffle, racing for a spot also. That's 5th, 6th, and 7th. Biffle, Labonte, and McMurray. Got Kurt Busch in 8th, also joining that group.
This McMurray kid in his 42 car has done a terrific job this year driving that car. Has looked very, very impressive. Dave, I'm impressed with McMurray.
And he's been impressed with what the crew has been doing to his car, Benny. He radioed in before this pit stop, hey, that last change is the best thing we've done all day. Let's do more of that. So they did a little bit more of a wedge adjustment, put 4 tires on it. He was just a little bit loose going into the corners.
Terry Labonte working on Greg Biffle, 5 and 16. That's 5th place. Not quite.
Kurt Busch jumped into the picture there.
Pretty nice job by Greg Biffle today. How about it, Bill?
Outstanding job by him and by the crew. Last pit stop was 13.9 seconds for Biffle. They added 1 round in the right rear, went up a ½ pound of air in the right front tire and down a ½ pound in the left rear. He's got a new crew chief today, Doug Richard, back working in the Winston Cup Series, working with Greg. Says it's going to take a long time for them to understand each other, but the one thing they are working on today is trying to find that fine balance so you can float the car into the turn here. One run is too tight, one run is too loose. They want to find the perfect run and then march to the front.
Challenge for the lead.
Jimmie Johnson, the 48 car, goes to the front. Harvick got to go back to second spot.
So Jimmie Johnson working his way back to the point. Started on the front row, fell back a little bit in the opening run. And now he takes the lead here at lap 159.
And there again, you got to be impressed with the job to say Jimmie Johnson has done. He knew he had a fast race car. He started the race. His car was not right. He was patient. He was able to stay out there, keep his car in one piece. They made adjustments. Chad Knaus, their crew, made their adjustments, and here he is now leading the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Second Southern 500 start for Jimmie Johnson. He finished 9th in the race 1 year ago. Kurt Busch getting by Terry Labonte for 6th spot. And Matt Kenseth trying to come with him in the 17.
I believe there'll be a whole rush of guys get under him if he passed him there, but Labonte hung tight.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the garage area. Showing now in 32nd place. Kevin Harvick running 2nd. And Matt Kenseth running 9th now on the track. Lap car of Steve Park that Terry Labonte is trying to work around. Matt, what you got?
Benny, we've caught up with Tony Eury Jr., the car chief. Tony, what was wrong with the car?
Looks like the axle was moving back and forth and it went through the outer axle housing that holds the axle on. Just something stupid again. We've had this happen about 3 or 4, so you have stupid stuff happen, you don't win championships, and that's what's happening.
So Earnhardt Jr. coming back out onto the track from the garage. He's lost 11. It's about to be 12 laps. And it's going to be hard to make up.
In the meantime, Newman's pretty fast right now.
Yep, he's got around Kevin Harvick for 2nd.
I'm sure they made the adjustments they needed. He was awfully loose there that last run.
Matt Kenseth lost some spots when he bounced off the wall while leading, then lost a couple more on his pit stop. Here he's trying to pick his way back to the front. He's through Greg Biffle. And that's going to be for 7th spot. Ricky Craven.
Oh, somebody's.
Kurt Busch just had a problem. 97 cars in trouble in front of them. Matt, what's up?
He came on the radio and yelled, I think I've got a flat left front. I'm not sure, but the left front possibly could be flat. Take a look if you can.
Looks like it.
Yeah, looks like it's flat.
Like it's down to me.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was almost close to a disaster. Yeah, we can see the tires lucky to stay apart for him to get back to pit road.
Remember that they run the inner liners.
Kurt, nice to meet you.
And these cars, the tire within a tire.
Now, we saw this happen earlier. Him and McMurray got together getting off of turn 4 here. And right there, that left front tire probably got cut by Jamie McMurray's right front fender.
Now here's the incident just a moment ago when the tire did go flat. And we see Kenseth quickly dive to the inside along with Ricky Craven in the 32 car.
And Craven almost ran over Kenseth in the reaction time stack up there. Wow. And now Kurt Busch. Oh, trouble. Jeff Gordon, Johnny Benson, Ken Schrader, and Casey Mears. Dave Blaney's in it also. That's turn 3 and 4.
Well, Jeff Gordon's bad luck continues. Kenny Schrader had a good run going in the lead lap.
Oh, Jimmie Johnson, the leader. Bouncing off Michael Waltrip's car as he slows for the caution. Did he get the grill on it?
He might have.
Let me see here.
No, it looks pretty good. He's okay.
Boy,
yeah, everybody. I believe it's okay.
Just tagged the back of the 15. He was sitting there parked to the debris, and there was nowhere else to go except through it, and I slid in the back of him and hit him.
Fine. I mean, the grill isn't even punched in. You're fine.
Not fine as his teammate Jeff Gordon. who got the back end torn up on a restart. Now he's got the nose torn off it. What a month of misery it's been for Jeff Gordon.
And Johnny Benson, serious damage to the Valvoline Pontiac. Serious damage.
These guys are tearing up every corner of these race cars today.
Yeah, that's a pretty good looking grill there. It doesn't look like
you can see the marks right there above the right light. The decal of the light.
Gordon around. Don't know why. Wow, look at Benson get punched up in the air by Schrader.
And Kenny Wallace.
Kenny almost missed it.
Almost missed it, but not quite.
Let's see if we can see what started this, BP.
See the 41 car and Jeff Gordon are going to make contact right here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 41 thought he was clear, and he wasn't. Boy, Bobby Labonte slipped through there. And Schrader barreled in there.
And Jeff Gordon gets pounded right in the driver's door, but he drove the car in, so obviously he's okay.
It's our camera.
Broke the glass on our camera.
Yeah, it looked like the 41 in Casey Mears just thought he was clear, and he pulled up in front of Jeff Gordon. Jeff was there, and a lot of guys paid for that mistake.
Jeff Gordon to the garage, Johnny Benson to the garage. And they're still cleaning up down inside turns 3 and 4. Ken Schrader's team getting a new nose piece ready for that car. Another 6-car wreck.
Well, this is Southern 500. Don't expect much else, do we?
Hot and slippery.
Hot and slippery, and a lot of crashes.
Talked about Jeff Gordon's month of misery. Had a crash, the crash at Pocono, finished 36th. Got spun out twice at Watkins Glen, including off the last corner, finished 33rd. Finished 30th at Michigan, had a lap 50 flat. Had the wreck at Bristol last week with about 50 laps to go, finished 28th. And now he's in the garage all torn up here today. Not too good.
Not when you're sitting there out front like Jimmie Johnson, Ryan Newman, Harvick going. There's a few more competition guys in the garage area. That's it's kind of a. Whew. Still closed.
Yeah, pit road is closed. There's a bunch of oil down there.
You'll know when pit lane's open because they'll be full.
Yeah. All the cars will make a pit stop. They will see the oil, water, fluids put down leading into the garage area. Told that was in Jeff Gordon's car. Let's see. We'll follow it.
I don't know. That went somewhere else. Johnny Benson's car, yeah.
So this is turning into a rather rugged one here. 20 cautions last week at Bristol. A lot of beat up race cars, and haven't had that many cautions here at Darlington today, but the few we've had have been beauties. A couple of 6-car wrecks and a jam up on a restart and the whole thing. Pit road's closed. We'll take a break. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Be ahead of the 99 this time, but just be careful. His guys running through there. We got an opening right there ahead of him.
All right, they're saying pit road will be open for lead lap cars.
Speedy dry all over pit road here too, so you'll see it. Just watch yourself coming in.
pit, Kevin, and got speed dry all the way down to where you entered the garage at.
NBC Sports live coverage of NASCAR today from Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, where the Mountain Dew Southern 500 is under caution. Pit road has just been opened, and you see here come all the leaders. Jimmie Johnson, Ryan Newman, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Burton, and Jamie McMurray are the top 5. Marty?
Kevin Harvick will hit pit road running third. Alan, he's continuing to fight that loose into the corner problem. This time they're going to try and fix it with wedge. They've done it with air pressure the rest of the day. It'll be 4 tires for Harvick. He waved the 48 and 12 by, saving tires, Matt.
Now, Kenseth is tight, but his biggest concern is the seat. It is burning the side. They are handing him a bag of ice through the side window there so he can put it between himself and the seat to try to cool off his leg, Dave.
At first, Jimmie Johnson wanted no changes. Then he said the car went a little tight. Let's go up just a half round on the track bar. No visible damage on the front end of the car. He survived that contact with the 15 car. Bill?
Ryan Newman says the balance of the car is pretty good, just a tick tight, 4 tires, no changes. He got 2 ice cold pounds on the way top pit road.
Oh, that's close.
Very close, maybe the 48.
But you know what? Let's check the camera.
Let's see, it's 48. Half a car length.
Jeff Burton's guys got him a spot on Kevin Harvick. Good job, Terry Labonte's crew. Dave Blaney, Casey Mears involved in the accident, checked and released from the infield medical center. Jeff Gordon and Johnny Benson drove their cars to the garage, as well as Ken Schrader, and they are being worked on there. Under caution here at Darlington Raceway, 5th one of the Southern 500. NBC Sports in Darlington, South Carolina, bringing you live the 54th running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. It has been a crash-filled affair to this point. And some pit stops just completed. Tony Stewart not even having completed his yet. He's been in and out a couple of times doing some work on his car. Get a follow-up report on what's up with there with the defending Winston Cup champion. And Matt Kenseth, the current championship leader, lost some ground on his pit stop just a minute ago.
Well, you know, this year the last couple of years we've bragged about their pit crew and just how great they've been, almost how flawless they've been. This time, not quite so flawless. Watch as the 17 car comes in, and watch the right front tire. Okay, they bring it off, they roll it, but the guy's not able to pick it up. The tire carrier has to try to move it. The jack man has to try to kick it out of the way. All that is about 2 seconds, and then you're going to lose 2 or 3 spots when that happens.
So Matt Kenseth off pit road in 8th position for the restart. And you see the right side damage to his car. Just joining us, he scuffed the wall leading in turn 1 at lap number 108. Jeff Burton back on pit road. What's up, Marty?
Second stop for Jeff Burton. Why, Paul Andrews?
Well, we were a little leery of what happened on the left front. We had all the lug nuts on, but he wasn't sure how many got tight just because of, you know, Jackman dropped it a little soon, and you know, it just wasn't worth taking a gamble. You know, we didn't want to come in with loose lug nuts on the left front later on. Everything was there, but just they didn't draw up like we'd like to have.
The car has been excellent. They can come to the back to the front. They've already done it once. Matt?
And we've caught up with Jeff Gordon in the garage. Jeff, we heard you say on the radio about 20 laps ago you felt maybe something was wrong with the car?
Well, I mean, yeah, something's bad wrong. I mean, we're very frustrated right now, you know, with the way things are going, but we're having a frustrating day. The car wasn't working well, but, you know, hey, Casey Mears is a good friend of mine, but he needs a spotter. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking. I was on the outside of him. You know, he's a lap car, and he just turned right into me. Wasn't anything broke on the car there. There's a whole heck of a lot broke now, though.
It's been a rough day all the way around, earlier in the race and now.
It's been a rough month. Yeah, it has been a lot of fun out there lately, you know, and it's beyond frustrating, and I can't wait to get August over and get in September.
In fact, Richard Petty walked by the beaten and battered 24 car, started laughing, said this must be Bristol, not Darlington.
Second is Ryan Newman. Kevin Harvick is third. Terry Labonte fourth. Ricky Craven fifth, followed by Jamie McMurray. Bill Elliott, yes, that's Bill up to seventh. Matt Kenseth eighth. Greg Biffle ninth. Jeremy Mayfield 10th.
And Kurt Busch, the 97 car, trying to stay in front of the leader, get a lap back, and a battle for the lead as Ryan Newman goes to the front in the 12 car.
Kurt opened the door, and here comes the charge through it. Newman through to the lead. Junior trying to get one of his laps back. Here comes Kevin Harvick looking under Jimmie Johnson for second. No, talked about restarts being interesting today.
They have been an adventure.
Remember, Kurt Busch had to pit under the green flag. He had that, what was it, the left front tire that went down.
And Junior going by the leader, Ryan Newman, trying to get a lap back. He's only 11 laps down right now.
Got a lot of them to make up.
Good luck, Junior. Keep going.
Jeff Burton, by the way, after the extra pit stop, restarted 17th. He's up to 16th now. A little big jam up behind some slower traffic there.
Big jam up is correct. Kenseth on the inside of Bill Elliott.
7th place there, BP.
Biffle right behind them. Here's Jeremy Mayfield. Which line do you follow?
Well, it all goes to the same line, right up against the wall up there. It's real hard for the guy on the bottom to run off the turn 4 on the gas. It's so slippery.
Jeff Green in the 1 car is the second car 1 lap down. He's in 22nd place. The first car lap down is Todd Bodine in the 54. He's up ahead of them a little bit. Now Kurt Busch is on the tail end of the lead lap after that restart shuffle we saw. He is in 20th place and hoping for a quick caution. Terry Labonte in the 5. In 7th place, trying to hold off Matt Kenseth and Greg Biffle.
And trying to get by the lap car of Todd Bodine.
Look who's creeping into the picture behind him there. Bobby Labonte in the 18th.
Jeff Burton on the outside of Robbie Gordon, trying to take a spot away. Oh, man.
That's going to be a tight fit.
That's going to be a tight squeeze. Jeff, he's down there. But he backed off.
Ricky Rudd in the 21, also in the mix for this.
Jeff Burton watched Jeff Gordon do that back a few years ago.
Yeah.
Squeeze him down going in turn 1.
That cost him some money.
Well, Jeff Gordon won the million that day.
That's right.
So Bobby Labonte is in 13th. Jeff Burton is in 14th. They're trying to get around Ricky Rudd, who's in 12th now in the 21 car. 25 of Joe Nemechek, or they've just gotten around, rather, I'm sorry. Joe Nemechek in the 25 is not on the lead lap. He's 2 laps down in 23rd place. See Tony Stewart there, back on track, 17th place after the extra pit stop a minute ago.
Looked like they were working on the driver. Like, you know, trying to cool him off or do something to the seat or something.
They've been struggling today a little bit.
Dave Burns is in the process of checking out the story with Greg Zipadelli. We'll talk about Tony Stewart more in just a minute. Asked earlier for your votes, your opinions in our singular race talk poll about the move of the Southern 500 from its traditional Labor Day weekend slot to the second to last race of the season. What do you think? Will it become more important, less important, or won't make a difference?
I agree with C.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Won't make a difference.
It will make a difference because it's going to be a little bit cooler. I mean, it's miserable out there today for these drivers, these crews. It's over 90 degrees. The heat index, I'm sure, well over 100 degrees. Come back in November and it'll be nice and comfortable for everyone.
I can't imagine the fans would be upset about that either. They're sitting out in the grandstands when it's 100 degrees.
The bottom line on it is, with all the growth that's happened in Winston Cup racing over the last several years, this race hasn't grown. They are sold out today, but they just sold it out this morning at 9:15, and it's the first time they've sold it out in since about 1997. So they had to do something, or the sport was going to pass the place by.
Yep, I agree with you. Got to do something, and they did it. We'll see next November if the fans here appreciate it and show up like they did today.
The fans will speak.
The fans will speak.
Some fans that I talked with walking up the grandstand today, I said, "You going to be here in November next year?" They said, "Yep, wouldn't miss it." Bill Elliott with a wave to Ricky Craven as he passes him for 5th place, and there'll be more on the move west of NASCAR on NBC Nightly News tonight on your local NBC station. We'll talk about it. They've had a camera crew here in Darlington this weekend, and you can see more on that later tonight on NBC Nightly News. Okay, Dave, how about the 20? You got it checked out for us?
Yeah, Alan, remember on the countdown to green today, I showed you how ice is one option drivers will put in their driver suit to keep their lungs cool and cool their body temperature. Well, Tony Stewart had 2 big bags handed to him during that stop, got him in his suit, could not get his suit zipped back up. You're so tight in there, and you know, he put ice in there, made it even tighter. The guys had to help when he came back in.
Yeah, that's, I'll tell you, that ice on your chest works so good. It does for me. But one thing you have to do is I always put a tie strap and loop the tie strap on the zipper, because it is hard to zip up your suit when you've got those ice packs in. So I'd have a big old loop on my tie strap to be able to pull it up.
And you've got to have that suit zipped because that's your fire protection.
Right. And and then the ice will just wind up in your lap. You don't have your suit zipped up.
So Tony Stewart is running in 16th place now, and he's about 13 seconds behind leader Ryan Newman. And there's so much time to go here. If you got a problem, that was the time to stop and take care of it. Same thing with Jeff Burton and what Paul Andrews did. There's so many miles left to go. That was the time to stop and be sure.
To make sure that all the lug nuts were in fact tight on the left front. Jeff Burton, there was some concern that they might not have gotten them tight. And the driver has to be comfortable. That's why Tony stopped. He felt like he'd be a better race car driver if he was cooled off a little bit.
And Tony does have one of those loops on his zipper, so he can pull it up.
Race for the 7th and 8th positions. Terry Labonte, Greg Biffle. Is Biffle going to get him here?
Oh, hey. He got close, I know that, to the back bumper.
Makes the cut. Very nice. Biffle with a new crew chief this week. We talked about it earlier. Randy Goss, who was the crew chief with Biffle through his championships in the Craftsman Truck Series and NASCAR Busch Series, now named the Busch Series program manager for Roush Racing. Doug Richard was working with Carl Edwards, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series team, with a good bit of success. And now Doug is heading up the effort for Greg Biffle.
Well, there's something going on with 48 car Jimmie Johnson. He just lost 2 spots up in 3 and 4. 29 car went by, also the 42. Dave, anything going on?
BP, guess what? When they were going to come down pit road right away, they said no changes to the car. When they had all those laps to ride around and think about it, Jimmie said, well, let's go up on the track bar just a little bit to loosen the car up. It's too loose. Had they come down right away, they probably wouldn't have made the change, and he wouldn't be in this situation.
Just like always, when you think about it, your first instinct has to be the right one.
And look at who's coming up behind him to challenge him for a spot. Bill Elliott, very steadily making his way up through the pack. Started the race in 22nd position. At lap 73 was still running 23rd. Then at lap 100 was 17th. At lap 148 was 11th. Last caution he was in 10th. And now he's moving up to 4th.
But Jimmie Johnson, he's in the race. He still is in the race, and that's what he's got to do. Keep it together.
How about the 9 car?
Well, earlier on, Bill was fixing the car on his own on the track. He said, if I ease it in, I'm not too bad. He's really been okay with it all day long. And on the last stop, no changes. Just changed 4 tires and set him on his way.
3-time Southern 500 winner Bill Elliott won it in 85, 88, 94. Check out his record here at Darlington as you look at the scoring serial up through the field. This is his 26th Southern 500. In his 25 previous, he's had 18 top 10 finishes. Running at the finish, 22 out of 25. And his average finish is 9th. At Darlington, that's a great record.
Yes, he's very, very impressive at this speedway. Became a celebrity and a very well-known man here in 1985 when he won the Southern 500 at Darlington and won a $1 million bonus.
Money that was unheard of in this sport back then.
Yes.
Next weekend, NASCAR Winston Cup Series moving on to Richmond International Raceway for the Chevy Rock and Roll 400. Going to have a special live performance by Trapped as part of the festivities. You can log on to ChevyRockandRoll.com for details. Check out which performers are teaming up with which Winston Cup drivers. You can also enter a sweepstakes for your chance to win a new Chevy car or truck.
Performance by who?
Trapped.
Oh, that's what I thought you said.
Got Hootie and the Blowfish going to be on one of the cars. Michael Waltrip, Sugar Ray on Kevin Harvick's car. Third Eye Blind on Steve Parks. Should be some fun.
All right, Kenseth lost another spot. Yeah, he's back to the 10th spot. And when he hit the wall up in turns 1 and 2, he was the leader of the race. So obviously, there's something amiss, something bent maybe a little bit on the 17 car.
17 is saying there might be some debris out there.
Has it been 40 laps already?
It's been 20. Here, and it's just a piece of rubber, and we shall stay under green.
Boy, that car they just float up to that wall, don't they, Benny?
Oh, they do. They're afraid of that magnet. I don't blame them.
Ryan Newman is the leader. Kevin Harvick is second. McMurray, Elliott, and Biffle, the rest of the top 5 through the field. We come back to Darlington.
Pressure.
NBC's coverage of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 is brought to you by the New Dew Mountain Dew Live Wire. Summer will never be the same again. By Cheerios, still the only leading cold cereal clinically proven to reduce cholesterol. Cheerios, good for the heart. By Dodge, you can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. And by Circuit City, we're with you. Packed house here at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, watching pole sitter and race leader Ryan Newman set the pace here as we close in just past lap 203 of 367. Been a good run for Ryan. Battled with the car a little bit early. He has good balance on the race car. It's just a little bit tight off the exit of turn 2. That's the first car. Let's take you through the field. Next up, Marty.
Bill, Kevin Harvick is catching Ryan Newman under the last caution. Richard Childress came on the radio and said, pace yourself, don't overdo it. Came back on the radio, said, I feel fine, and the car's even better. Dave?
Marty, on that last pit stop, Jamie McMurray's crew put a little bit more air in the right front to help the loose in. It's still a little loose. He wants a wedge adjustment. That's what it liked last time. Bill?
Greg Biffle having a strong run here today. Dodged the bullet when they found that tire that was losing air pressure under the last caution. Not quite the handling they were looking for right here. They're telling him to race the racetrack. Be patient. Dave?
$1 Million Bill. He's been in a good mood all day, and so is his race car. Remember our last report. No changes on the last pit stop. Just the 4 fresh tires. 48 car Jimmie Johnson, remember that track bar adjustment they made? That's exactly what they've been talking about reversing next time they come onto pit road. Matt?
Terry Labonte hasn't won in Winston Cup since 1999. He is moving up on the move. The car was too tight on the previous stop. Track bar adjustment has helped. The air pressure adjustment on the last stop really helped, Dave.
For Jeremy Mayfield all weekend was lumber, as Alan talked about earlier. After qualifying, when he banged the wall, they put a 4x4 in the right rear, and now he hasn't touched it as much since he did that time. Bill?
Ricky Craven says that his car is tight on entry. Craven says he wants better tires. What they've told him is that we're saving our best sets for later in the race. We'll see what happens. Matt?
The point leader, Matt Kenseth, hasn't won since Las Vegas. It looked like today was going to be the day, and then he hit the wall. The car has not been the same since. It was tight. He hasn't said anything about the car, Alan, about the last 15 laps.
There are your top 10. Change for third. Greg Biffle slipping by Jamie McMurray, but Ryan Newman is out in front by 2.5 seconds over Kevin Harvick. We continue going through the field. Bill, how about 11th place, Elliott Sadler?
Having a fine run with crew chief Todd Parrott. They battled that car throughout the race. Got it pretty close to where Elliott wants it. Just trying to dial in the handle a little bit. Strong run for him here at Darlington. Bobby Labonte is quite a story. Started 5th, fell back into the 20s, has slowly worked his way back up. Real hard work by the guys on pit road, and a driver that will not fall out of the seat. It's hot, but Bobby Labonte's in shape, and he is coming. Matt?
Jeff Burton came on the radio at lap 186, Bill, and said this thing's starting to get away from us. It's getting too tight. Then at lap 200, he said now it's plowing. Remember, he restarted 17th after the second stop, now only running 13th. Matt?
Robbie Gordon had a very solid car all day. The first 2 stops, no adjustments. An air pressure adjustment on his last stop because the car was just starting to go way too much to the loose side. Meanwhile, Ricky Rudd in the famed Wood Brothers Ford, he said the car is turning great and it's awesome on long runs. Do not change a thing on the next stop. In fact, he says, I don't know why all of a sudden this car is running so well on the bottom, all 4. Dave?
Tony Stewart making his way back through the field after falling back because of that second pit stop. They made an air pressure, spring rubber, and a track bar adjustment the last time to try to fix his car. It's been loose this afternoon. Matt?
Kyle Petty, I talked to his crew chief, and he told me, you know what, it feels like this race car all weekend. We've been battling the table with just 3 legs. When we found the 4th leg, we haven't done anything to this car all day, and it's really come around for Kyle at a place he really hasn't cared for most of his career, Dave.
Really good run for Kevin LePage and the Morgan McClure car. They were loose, then tight, and then they were good everywhere, so they made no changes. Now the car has gone just a little bit tight through the center of the corners, according to Kevin. Matt, back to you.
Dave, Kurt Busch battling back from that flat left front tire, currently in the 19th position. In fact, this car has been tight most of this run. Jimmy Finnick told me this will be the last race for this car. They are getting rid of it. Every time they've run it this year, they have struggled, so you will not see this chassis back at a track with Kurt Busch behind the wheel, Alan.
That car's pretty fast, too.
Yeah, that's what Jimmie told me every time I've seen. I hate this car. I made a mistake bringing this car. I said, well, why did you bring it? Wind tunnel told me it's better.
Fast.
You can't trust those things.
Those are your 19 lead lap cars at this point, and a change for second. Greg Biffle's flying all of a sudden.
Boy, he is.
Biffle, that last lap, almost 0.2 of a second faster than leader Ryan Newman. He's 3 3/4 seconds behind him now. Got some ground to make up. About a half a straightaway. Napa Field summary. Caution flags today, 5 of them. Had a 6-car wreck back at lap number 6. Had debris at lap 72. Lap 99, Mike Skinner hit the wall in turn 4. Debris at lap 147, and then at 166, another 6-car pileup. Though most of the cars have been repaired and rejoined the race. Out are Johnny Benson, Casey Mears, Hermie Sadler, Tony Raines, and Christian Fittipaldi. Leaders today, Ryan Newman has led the most, 103 laps. Other leaders, Jeff Burton for 43, Matt Kenseth for 37, Jimmie Johnson for 17, Kevin Harvick for 10, Kyle Petty and Jimmy Spencer for 1 each by not pitting under a caution flag until the lap after the leaders did. Got a new member of our, I don't want to say walking wounded, but racing wrecked. How's that?
Racing wrecked,
New
yes.
member of the racing wrecked crew.
It's like a modified show around here.
And there's another car that's leading with the Radiator.
Well, Wally, as a guy from the Northeast who grew up following modifieds, I have to say a modified looks a whole lot prettier than that does right now. Yeah. Well, you did too. You used to race modifieds.
I used to race modifieds.
That's right. Oh man, there's got to be some pictures from those days of you with bad hair.
Yeah, me in the fence. A lot of pictures of me in the fence.
You had that picture yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. Jeff Gordon out in 31st place, 47 laps down to the race leader. Dave Blaney's just come back on track, 30th place, 45 laps down to the race leader. They're having a fun afternoon. Michael Waltrip out there with no front fenders. Rusty Wallace.
There's the battle of the rolling wrecks.
Yeah.
I think Michael's going to get him. Watch this. Just goes right by.
Blew by.
That's not for position, unfortunately. There's about 50 laps between them.
Actually, Michael's not running too bad for having all that damage. He's running 34-second laps.
And there is a minimum lap time that you have to run when you come back out from the garage. And the minimum lap time today is a 34.46-second lap. So people like Jeff Gordon have to be mindful of that. They only get the one chance to come out and meet the minimum speed when they come back from the garage. You know, you talked about the championship system. A lot of guys would be in favor of finding a way to make it so that you don't bring. Well, Wally, you talked about this.
I always talk about that.
Not bringing these wrecked race cars back out onto the track.
I think it's a bad idea because, well, the bad idea about it is, first of all, no driver likes to get back in a wrecked race car and then just be looking in the mirror all day because you're getting run over. But more importantly is, like these guys that don't have the front fenders on their car, if they crash a second time or they're involved in another crash, I think it's a harder hit because there's not as much up there to absorb that energy. But the way the points are, I mean, there's a premium, and every spot pays a lot of money in the points championship. So
that's why they got to go. That's why they got to go back out there and try to get that 3, 6, 9 points, wherever they can gain. And Jimmie Johnson still continues to struggle in that Lowe's car. Now back to the 9th position.
Ricky Craven just got around him. That 32 car, it's been fairly impressive. He got into the wall pretty early on today and knocked in the right front fender a little bit and scuffed up the right side. They got a chance to fix the front fender some on a pit stop, and Craven's hanging right in there.
8th spot. We saw Matt Kenseth just a moment ago on the screen there, championship leader, and he appears to be struggling right now. Running about 0.2 of a second slower than the leader, Ryan Newman.
Well, let's see. When was the last pit stop? Lap 170, so it's been 48 laps since they pitted.
I wonder if he has damaged that car when he made contact with the wall. Matt, what is he saying?
Well, Benny, the bad radio communication is back in the 17th pit, but they were able to make out from what Matt said to Robbie that the right rear tire, he has burned it off. The car is now way, way loose.
Championship leaders days. Matt Kenseth did lead for quite a chunk early, then popped the wall at lap 108 while leading. Earnhardt Jr. had the axle problem on his car that put him in the garage for a little while. Kevin Harvick's the one that's having a decent day among the top three. So I wonder how much longer these guys will run before we'll see somebody make a move to pit road. Probably another 20 laps or so, you think, if it stays under green? Somebody will, you know,
somebody will, yeah, come in a little bit earlier.
But for the most part, Ryan Newman's got to try to go 60 laps anyway. How about this kid Newman? What a season, huh?
Well, it's unbelievable.
What is that sophomore slump thing about?
And those guys told me this morning that they really wanted the victory today because now they only have one handful. They only have 5. They want to go to that second hand. Go to 6.
I hate that for them.
And they've also had 6 poles. They said they ought to match wins and poles.
Let's see how they're doing here. Biffle a little faster than Newman.
Wow, Biffle a little bit faster than everyone.
So we'll go 10 deep here. Yep, Greg Biffle fastest among the leaders on that last lap. So we were talking about pit strategy and when we might see some of these guys coming down pit road for the next stop. Marty, what do you got for us?
Well, Kevin Harvick is turning pretty good lap times compared to everyone else except Greg Biffle on the track. Biffle's in a class by himself right now at the end of this run. But Harvick's team's talking about coming in about 8 to 10 laps, a little bit earlier than we thought most teams would. Bill?
Oh, waiting to see what the leader Ryan Newman will do, and that usually dictates what some of the others are going to do. Looking for Ryan maybe a little bit past lap 240, and his car's really getting better the longer they run, so he could really be a factor here down the last laps of this race, but looking a little bit past 240 for the 12.
Greg Biffle closing in.
240.
That time he was 0.4 of a second faster than Ryan Newman. If he doesn't crash there going into the corner.
Watching his car earlier, he looked like he was loose, but he's driving it fast that way.
There's the gap from Biffle to Ryan Newman over the last few laps.
Ryan Newman struggled to get around Sterling Marlin in the 40 car, which allowed Biffle to make some of that gain.
And now remember earlier when Ryan Newman was out in front in the early part of the race, got to about 40 laps on a set of tires, and then he would fade back.
Now Leffler cost him a bunch of time right there.
Cost Biffle.
Yeah, Biffle had to jump up out of the throttle in order not to run over Leffler.
That's 9th place.
And Johnson continues that spiral backwards in that 48 car as Elliott Sadler goes by.
Pretty nice job for Elliott Sadler. His father was a little bit under the weather earlier this week. Glad to hear that he's doing better. And Elliott having a decent day here after banging up the right side of his car in Friday morning practice.
That last lap, Biffle had been running about 0.2 faster than Ryan Newman. That last lap, he was about a ½ second slower than Ryan Newman because of passing that car going down in turn 1.
Ryan Newman says Darlington is by far his favorite racetrack.
It is a fun racetrack to drive. I mean, it's just one of those places where your car slides and you have to be really, really smooth, but you're really, really busy. You just got to really, really take care of the throttle, because the harder you're on the throttle, the harder you are on your tires.
3 Winston Cup starts here at Darlington for Ryan. His finishes 5th, 2nd, and 14th. That's a pretty good record for a young driver.
Tell you what, Alan, cue the duck.
I hear some quacking going on.
Come on, cue the duck.
Time for the Aflac NASCAR Winston Cup Trivia Quiz. Who were the only father-son winners of the Southern 500?
Well, let's see. Maybe the Allisons, the Bakers.
Bakers.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen, the 73 Winston Cup champion. Oh, I didn't. I just. Oh, trouble, Joni Machek. Caution's out. Flat left side tires.
Big break for Kurt Busch. He gets stay back in the lead lap.
Gets the mile and a third pass. Here's Sterling Marlin to try and get one of his laps back.
Flat tire too.
Ken Schrader just in front of him, back on track after 55 laps in the garage for repairs. 6th caution.
Both left side tires are flat.
Got loose and then got hit.
Yes, that's correct.
And then got behind on his steering.
Watch these left tires blow out as he locks up the brakes and just grinds that rubber. Just grinds the rubber. Come on, cue the tires. There's one. There we go.
Roof flap up there. The car gets turned around backwards.
Still sliding.
He wrecked for the whole back straightaway.
There's a contact between he and Spencer.
That's what you call a tank slapper.
Yes.
You're fighting that thing right and left, and the fuel in the tank is slapping back and forth and not helping you any.
And luckily did not hit that inside wall.
Pit stops for all the leaders. Marty?
Kevin Harvick in third, and believe it or not, those laps that he led earlier were the first Winston Cup laps at Darlington he has ever led. He said, all I need right now is a little more forward bite. So what they're going to do is go down half a round on the track bar, a pound out of both rear tires. Matt?
Terry Labonte, an easy entry. No adjustments to the 5 car. He hasn't won here in almost 23 years. He's just trying to save his stuff. He says his biggest hindrance, traffic. Dave?
Car loose, driver hot for the car, wedge and air pressure for the driver, Jamie McMurray, ice and water, 4-tire change, sending him down pit road. Bill?
Ice, water, and cold towels for Ryan Newman, who's having trouble using his drink bottle in the car. No changes, just 4 tires and fuel. It starts off tight, then gets loose. Waiting, now he can't get it go. He can't get the car to go. They're going to have to push it. Still pushing it down pit road. Can't get it to fire, cannot get the car to fire.
And they can't push it.
And that's as far as they can push it. You're right, Alan.
Nobody go back. We got to push him back.
They're going to have to pull him back and then try again.
Oh man. That sounds like vapor lock, doesn't it?
Yep. That's an easy way to go from the lead to a lap down. They better get that thing fired in a hurry. Pace car's over in turn 3. And it's probably the only disadvantage, the only one to having that first pit is if you stall the car on a pit stop, you don't have any room to push it to get it started.
Not spraying anything in there. They're going to go lap down.
It's not going anywhere.
I'm telling you, this used to be a huge problem on flathead Fords back 50 years ago. And grab some ether, they're talking about trying to get some supercharged gasoline in the engine.
I understand why they weren't doing that to begin with.
Here they come. Now you see the NASCAR official here has a paddle that says stop on one side, go on the other. When the field gets to a certain line on the racetrack, that paddle goes from go to stop, and it's right there. So now Ryan Newman.
Ryan, if you can, take off. You need ether.
We're putting gasoline in.
How frustrating is that?
See the stop sign. Everybody's got to stop until the field clears now.
Bring me a wrecker.
That's Glenn.
That's what they're saying. Please bring a wrecker. They have to be exhausted.
And 90-something degree weather in fire suits and helmets. Pushing a 3,500-pound race car.
That won't start.
You can see they're huffing right now.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you, about one trip is all you can stand down through there.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's try this once again.
He's going to lose more than one lap if they don't get it fired on this pass.
Need some.
Now they got some
Now they
ether.
got
Starting fluid. That should help. That's all it needed right there. Now it's probably flooded.
Yeah, gasoline. Oh no!
Can they go out?
Can they go get it? I guess they can.
Go get it, but you got to bring it back.
That's Glenn Mankowski, by the way, the official at the end of pit road who holds the stop and go sign.
Almost started.
I think if they had that ether to begin with, it may have helped.
Okay, so that's 2 laps down, and now the field's on the 1-to-go signal. Next time they come by, they're going to be at full speed, and the laps are going to add up in a hurry.
The crew guys are going to be passed out.
Yeah, they're not only the engine's going to be vapor locked, the crew is going to be vapor locked. Hot. And what happens is when you vapor lock, the fuel in the fuel pump and the lines gets so hot. That Rusty pushing. What, are you going to have anything to push with?
Push that car.
He doesn't have any sheet metal on the front.
Just a radiator.
Oh, what a heartbreak.
Nope.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Start NASCAR say the fuel gets so hot that it boils.
Yes.
And
it won't fire.
Won't fire. Will not go. You get bubbles in the carburetor, air bubbles, and that's the end of it.
And will not do it.
All right, so the frustration really setting in
frustration
for the 12 car.
Push him down to the 2 crew and let them push a while.
And here comes the field to the restart. Greg Biffle is now the leader. His crew got the job done on the pit stops, got him out ahead of Kevin Harvick. Harvick second, McMurray third, Bill Elliott fourth, Terry Labonte fifth.
And Biffle did not win that race into turn 1. Todd Bodine, the 54 car, gets in front of him.
Trying to get a lap back from the race leader. Bodine is the first car a lap or laps down. He's in 19th place. And still, Ryan Newman's team can't get the car started. And what was that you suggested, BP?
Let the 2 crew come down and push a while because the 12 is exhausted.
They're trying. And what about spraying ether in the engine? That's designed to help create combustion, but it can also create too much combustion.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, blow the carburetor right out the manifold. And they've got a lot of fuel and ether in there right now. It's...
Better step on the brake, Ryan. You let that drift out too far. NASCAR's not going to let him go get the car. They'll get out from behind the end of that pit wall.
They have to throw a yellow then?
Didn't I think?
Let him go.
Now they're telling the crew, get back in behind the wall. So they're going to get that car back behind the pit wall or they become a safety issue.
What they were hoping is if they pushed it out that far, they'd get a tow push, or a tow truck to push them.
Get a caution.
Get a caution flag so the record could push him off. Yeah.
Oh man, what a heartbreak. So on the track, while we continue to watch the drama with the 12,
Biffle is just gone.
Greg Biffle is checked out, 7/10 of a second on Kevin Harvick with the lap car between.
I'll tell you what, McMurray is looking pretty strong right now in that 42 car.
Yeah, here he comes, Wall. Looking for that spot.
Harvick, yeah, there he's got it.
Whoa, clunk.
Very good move.
And here comes Bill Elliott for third. Elliott's through. Awesome Bill. Having a great day at Darlington. How about Bill Elliott, Dave?
Alan, we were talking, there were not very many adjustments being made on the 9, just a little bit tight that time, just a slight air pressure adjustment for Bill.
Great day for Bill Elliott. So far, still a lot of time to go. Kevin Harvick shuffled back, now to third spot. Marty.
You guys have to remember Harvick is in the conservation mode at the beginning of these runs, trying to save tires for the end of the runs. They felt like they were not strong enough on the end of the run, so they're doing all they can, saving all the tire they can here, just to be sure that they're good at the end of the run.
All right, they got it started finally.
And he's how many down?
Well, let's see here. He is 8 laps down.
Brother.
In 26th place.
He hit the kill switch.
Oh, you're kidding.
He hit the kill switch. He just said, sorry, guys, I hit the kill switch.
Car on the wall over here.
Ken Schrader. Back on track after the wreck earlier. And something else has gone wrong for the 49. In a big way.
Yeah. I wonder if that... I wonder if that hood blew up.
Right front's flat on it.
Yeah.
He's obviously hit the wall. Greg Biffle letting some people get a lap back there to the caution flag. Mark Martin, not Mark, Todd Bodine. And Dale Jr. gets one of his laps back. That'll put him now 9 laps down. He'll be racing with Ryan Newman.
Yeah.
Tough day for Schrader. Was one of the drivers involved in the big 6-car wreck back at lap 167. That even tore the cowl flaps and everything else off just below the windshield. be a day he'll be glad to see be over. So that was the kill switch on Ryan Newman's car. Unbelievable.
Now he can put on tires? You bet.
Oh, yeah.
Busy pit lane again.
Been a lot of talk about those switches on the steering wheels of cars. NASCAR made them mandatory a couple of years ago after a lot of people had stuck throttles as a way for the driver to kill the engine quickly. They killed Ryan Newman's chance to win today. Marty.
Kevin Harvick running fourth. Car's loose. They're going to put the track bar back where it was. No adjustments otherwise. Notice the left front fender. A little bit of damage when he hit Jamie McMurray. They were trying to fix that right now to rub it out. Matt.
2 bottles of water through the window for Terry Labonte. No adjustments for the 5 car. The car was very good neutral, Dave.
Driver okay, no ice this time. Car still a little bit loose down in the track bar. A little bit of wedge in the car as well. Bill?
Car's just a little bit free on that short green flag run, so it's 4 tires and fuel for Greg Biffle, then they'll send him back out.
Watching to see who gets off pit road first. Looks like it's going to be Harvick.
Harvick and McMurray, Biffle, still Elliott.
Going to be close for Biffle and Elliott. But Kevin Harvick's car gets the job done. And there's Matt Kenseth lagging all the way back toward the end with the lead lap cars. BP's out at our 360 racer. Got something he wants to show us. How about it, BP?
Alan, I've been talking about vapor lock. Let me show you the fuel pump. It's right. Wait a minute. You said 360, didn't you?
I did.
Let me spin this thing over. A little bit better shot. Okay. Here's the fuel pump on the bottom of the engine. And notice how close the exhaust is to all these lines that come in that go to the carburetor. These exhaust about 1,200 degrees. So you can see how this fuel would get hot enough to boil.
We like our toys.
We do. Especially when you're sitting there. You know, when you're running, you're getting the fuel pumping a little bit harder, but when you're sitting there in the pits, it's just sitting there boiling, like he said.
Under caution here at Darlington. You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Left rear built a pound more than the left front that time, Kurt. 10-4. Yeah, at the beginning of a run, it's been doing that. It's a little tight. All right. The blowers are for you. The other way down here. Jeremy, that 12 car's about 8 laps down, just to let you know. 12 car, 8 laps down. 10-4. Looks like the same thing happened to him with the 8 car. I guess the 8 car broke a gear, and this guy here, I don't know what happened. He kept either 4. I played on the 8 car.
Turns into 1.
NBC Sports at Darlington, South Carolina, with the 54th running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 under its 7th caution after Ken Schrader had a problem going off into turn 3. Schrader involved in an accident earlier in the race, and this was the follow-up problem.
Yeah, you know what I was about to say when we saw that, Alan, right there, watch the car. I think because of the damage earlier, I thought the hood flew up, and that is exactly what happened. The damage with the hood, they probably didn't have the hood down, the hood flew up, and that's a big surprise when you're running a $160 into a corner.
You have no idea that you can turn the steering wheel where the wall is.
Here you see Schrader involved in this wreck. He comes in from behind right there
and runs into the 10 car.
And you saw Schrader's hood there in that accident stay attached to the car. NASCAR doing something different on the tethering system to keep those hoods in place after this at Daytona during the Pepsi 400.
Hood got into the grandstands, which was a scary deal. So the tethers worked on the 49 car.
Robbie Gordon had come back out on track after being involved in an accident.
Right.
And it's a concern for NASCAR checking that equipment to make sure it stays with the car. And in this case, with Schrader's accident, the front flew up, but it stayed attached where it was supposed to.
Well, that's one benefit that Michael Waltrip and the 2 car have. They don't have a hood.
Yeah. Marty, how about some things down on pit road?
Kevin Harvick in second. Todd Berrier, is he letting those cars go in the early run, or is the car just not good in the early run?
I don't know. He hasn't ran it hard at the beginning of a run to see. It's way too early in the race. There's a lot of time left to just be running it wide open here on these starts. You know, we got a real good car, and we got to get to the last 50 laps before we worry about running as hard as we need to run it. So up until that point, we're just kind of cruising, and he's doing a good job.
Look for some more wave bys by Kevin Harvick. He's good at the end of the run. Dave?
Marty with Donnie Wingo, crew chief for Jamie McMurray. Donnie, it looks like you guys have found the handle. Is it good enough to get out there and lead this thing and win it?
Yeah, the Haviland Dodge has been pretty good all day. We've been fighting a little bit of loose condition all day, and we've been trying to catch up with it. Hopefully this last few adjustments we made, we can catch up with it a little bit. He can stay up there.
All right, and it sounds like the driver's hanging in there too. Bill?
Doug Richard is the new crew chief for Greg Biffle. His first race as crew chief. The car is good under green, but how is it on restarts, Doug?
Well, we're having just a little bit of a problem. I don't know, we might have a little bit of vapor lock going on. You know, it's an awful hot day. If you don't have everything protected really good, it can cause you trouble. But the Granger board and the team's awesome today. We're hopefully we can just come out of here with a nice strong finish and build on it for the future.
Strong run for the first-time crew chief with this team. Further down pit road we go. Matt?
Terry Labonte running 5th before that caution, and Jim Long, you do not want to see that caution. That car likes long runs, does he?
Yeah, so far the Kellogg Chevrolet is really good on long runs. Us and Bill were running down the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place car, and we really wanted it to go green and even pit onto green. And but we'll take what we got right now, trying to set ourselves up for the end of the race here.
This team has gained so much momentum. They haven't finished outside of the top 20 since Sonoma in June, Dave.
And Matty, Kevin LePage is leading the race. They stayed out, did not pit, not enough laps on the tires to matter yet. Very happy with the car, so Kevin said, let's just stay out and lead a few laps here.
I think you're in for a surprise.
Dave, I think you misspoke.
Oh, did I misspeak?
You said not enough laps on the tires to make a difference. He's got a lap on him, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's only been 3, I was thinking. That's even too much?
That's too much. Even under the yellow eats the tires up.
Well, now, he's just scuffing them, Benny.
Well, I understand, but that's...
I'll defend Dave. He was relaying the team's position to us.
Oh, yes, okay.
How about that?
You don't have to defend me, Alan. That's all right. I can take it.
All right. Well, good. We need somebody to beat up here for a minute. Next weekend, it's on TNT, all the NASCAR action from Richmond. Friday at 3 Eastern Time, Bud Pole qualifying. Then at 8 p.m. on TNT, Advil presents NASCAR Busch Series Racing. Saturday night, the Chevy Rock and Roll 400. Coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern with Discover Card, Countdown to Green, Richmond, and some good old short track racing next weekend.
Great racetrack, great side-by-side racing. A two-groove racetrack, unlike the Darlington Raceway where it's tough to run side-by-side. Bill?
Benny, we've been talking about Greg Biffle and the good run he's having today. Got his first win at Daytona in the Pepsi 400, the 4th of July weekend. Trying to get his second here in the Southern 500. Let's meet the crew that has him running up front today.
Randy Goss, crew chief, Heartland, Michigan.
Hi, my name's Justin Hines. I do the windshields, and I'm from Garden City, Michigan.
John Gaynor, front tire carrier, Vancouver, Washington.
Adam Emmert, front tire changer, Kamei, Idaho.
Jeff Merkel, Jackman, Hop Hog, New York.
I'm C.J. Hamilton, I'm a rear tire carrier, Greensboro, North Carolina.
Mike Hillman Jr., rear tire changer, Lockport, New York.
Roger Olchey, gas man, Ridgefield, Washington.
Mike Abner, Ketchikan, Oran, Missouri.
And as Alan mentioned, Randy Goss with a new position overseeing the Busch operation at Roush Racing, and Doug Richard, the crew chief, on the pit box here at the Southern 500. So it was Randy that helped Greg get his win at Daytona, and now it's Doug trying to get him a win here at Darlington.
And you know what? Those guys will be thrilled to death to win the Mountain Dew Southern 500, and not one of those guys from South Carolina. Yeah. Trust me, they'll be thrilled to death to win this race.
How about this? This is a racetrack where experience normally pays off in handsome quantities. You got two guys in their first ever Southern 500s in the top 5, McMurray and Biffle.
Well, this restart should be interesting.
Yes.
You got guys with tires.
And one without.
And one without.
And the 12 car up there trying to get one of his laps back.
Kevin LePage did not pit under the caution flag. He's the leader in the 4 car.
Green flag, come on, come on, come on.
I think Harvick will be happy to let Ryan Newman open the door for him. Newman, 8 laps down, 26th place, trying to get one of them back. Of course, Kevin LePage just getting on board this 4 car this week. Drove 21 races for the team in 2001. They've been through a lot since they parted company with Mike Skinner earlier this season. LePage now the 7th different driver of that car this year.
Battle for 3rd spot as Biffle goes by McMurray and sits off in the chase of Harvick and LePage.
Robbie Gordon, 31 car back in 15th place. Now Harvick is clear of some of the lap traffic. He and Biffle closing in on LePage. And for the lead.
Hey, check out Biffle. He goes by LePage and trying to get Harvick in the same corner.
Oh, he's loose there.
Couldn't quite make it. Has to settle for 2nd spot.
And not for long.
He's got to be careful here not to abuse those tires. He's running that car very hard, and I think Harvick's just going to say, hey, have at it.
Racetrack for me now, nice and smooth.
McMurray by LePage for 3rd. And Greg Biffle is back out in front of the Southern 500. Bill Elliott down on the inside there digging for a spot. Actually, he's messing with a couple lap cars, trying to stay up in front with the leaders.
On board with Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's 9 laps down. After he had an axle problem.
So, Dave, I think the 4 teams going to hope that they had made a pit stop there?
Well, you know, Alan, they were a top 15 car all day long, and they didn't have anything as stout as what the leaders have had. So, you know, why not get out and lead a couple laps in the Southern 500 and fade back to about where they were, top 10, and come in next time with everybody?
Okay, I'll go for that. What?
Well, if they don't go a lap down quick because they didn't put tires on, they may come around and bite them at the end of this run. We shall see. I think Harvick's running a smart race here right now. He's running that car nice and smooth. He's not abusing the car. He's keeping Biffle in sight. He's not working the car. He's been saying all along the car's been comfortable. He's not pushing it. Smart race.
Front 3 there in your picture. Greg Biffle, Kevin Harvick, Jamie McMurray. Bill Elliott has just taken 4th away from Kevin LePage, and will set off and try and catch these few. First Southern 500 for Greg Biffle. had top fives in 2 of his 4 NASCAR Busch Series races here prior to this weekend. Got some power steering problems on a car, Matt?
Benny, you ever run Darlington without power steering?
No, oh, yes. Oh, yes. Most of my life I ran without power steering.
It wasn't fun, was it?
Oh, no. No.
It's not a fun day now for Ricky Rudd. He was flirting with a top 10 finish most of the day. And then the power steering pump locked up, threw the belts off. He will now have to run the rest of the race without power steering. It cannot be fixed. The good thing for Ricky is lap 255, not lap 5.
That's got a long way to go without power steering at this place.
This is for 6th and 7th spots. Elliott Sadler in the 38. And Jeremy Mayfield in the 19. Both just slipping by Kevin LePage. So let's make that 5th, 6th, and 7th. 38 car, nice little comeback for him. He had dropped back as far as 19th at lap 132. Now about 124 laps later, he is up into 5th place.
Kenseth. Now we see Kurt Busch, the 97, following Mungo. Jimmy Spencer in the 7 car. And Spencer, being the gentleman, moves over, lets Kurt go by.
Kurt is on the lead lap. Jimmy is 5 laps down in 25th place.
I really believe when these guys say that it's over, what is past is over, I agree with them. I think both of those guys feel that way.
Well, I think they've said that in the past, but I think they mean it this time.
Yeah, exactly.
I would think that after what's transpired over the last 2 weeks, from Kurt Busch's perspective, it's really had to have been an eye-opener for him. I mean, he definitely came out on the bad end of public opinion on the incident in Michigan. And in fact, it went so far this week as that he had a meeting with his team sponsors and some representatives from Roush Racing. And Kurt issued a statement apologizing to the media and his fans and the team and his fellow competitors, and the sponsors saying we expect a certain level of performance and goodwill out of our driver, and we're going to work with Kurt to make sure we get that. Said they're going to have meetings with his teammates and so on to try and mentor him, if you will.
And all that stuff is good because, after all, Kurt Busch is still a very young man, just 25 years old.
And Kurt and had gotten into Sterling Marlin racing for 2nd last weekend at Bristol, and that drew the ire of the fans as well. Kurt has said that his actions both on and off the track are going to be how fans determine him and determine his future course.
Let's let Sterling say it for you.
And he's gone about trying to take care of that off the track earlier this weekend. Thank you.
Well, Kurt come over this morning and apologized. It was all his fault. And, you know, I told him you got to slow down about that much. And, you know, we get in all this trouble. And that's a lot of guys come in young. You know, they like it to come out of the truck series and just gung-ho charge, and, you know, they think it's a 100-lap race, and it's a 400-lap race. And you got to be right at the end to win these things. And he's doing good to win his share, but he's kind of roughed a few feathers along the way.
And I talked to Sterling Marlin, Alan, about that conversation that he had with Kurt Busch this morning. The conversation took place yesterday, and he said he also pointed out a couple of other instances where Kurt went over the line in his opinion. Indianapolis was one. He said, Kurt, you got to listen to me. You're losing respect in the garage area, and if that happens to you, it will be a long road. Stop it now, turn it around, and things will be fine for you.
And that's the most important thing. You don't want to lose. You know, you get the fans mad at you, that's one thing, but you don't want to lose the respect of your fellow competitors. It takes too long to earn that respect, but it doesn't take long to lose it.
You know, back in the 80s, Darrell Waltrip was booed at the racetrack by the fans and what have you, but I don't think that Darrell ever lost the respect of the drivers. We all knew what a great job he could, and really and truly, what an ambassador for the sport he could be, and he has been since in the mid-80s.
Since Rusty Wallace took the black cat from him in the Winston race there.
Yep, that's true.
And then there was a fellow by the name of Earnhardt who wore the black hat as the villain of the sport for quite some time. It's not a bad thing necessarily to wear the black hat grandstand-wise, right, but it is a very bad thing to lose the respect of your fellow competitors. Greg Biffle out in front by 1.007 seconds over Kevin Harvick with 104 laps to go, Bill.
And you might be thinking, Benny, and while maybe that's too far out front because he's really racing that car hard. They're constantly on the radio. Don't run any harder than you have to. Take it easy. That's a hard thing to do when your car's that good and you're running that fast, isn't it?
Yes, and then when it's your first time or one of your first times here on this racetrack, it appears that he's running that car hard, Bill. You can see him running the car. You see the car jumping sideways, getting off the corners, getting in the corners. It will just have right there. You see the car slide off it too. I think that's going to bite him in the end because Harvick is smooth, and he's going to have more tire at the end of the race, I believe.
Drivers who've won this very difficult Southern 500 in their first try, you got to go a long way back to get to Nelson Stacy in 1961, 42 years ago.
And Johnny Mance won the race in 1950. They started 75 cars that day. Mance was the 75th qualifier. He was the slowest car, but he ran around the racetrack at about 60, 70 miles per hour, and all the rest of them would run, have to change tires. Darlington was hard on tires the first time. He just kept going. It was literally the turtle beat the hare once again.
And that was the very first Southern 500, September 4th, 1950. Greg Biffle leads its 54th running today.
Now. 20 laps on your tires, 2-0. Here. Stay focused, hit your marks, clear all around, bro. Looking good. Laps left. Just hang in there, Kurt.
Biffle out front in the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. Outstanding run for him. Great crew work. Got a big break under the last caution when they came in. His right front tire only had 1 pound of air in it. Apparently he had run over something during the caution period. Still a big break for him to get the 4 new tires. He's out front now, but at Darlington, the key is not being too fast too soon. This was the radio traffic just a moment ago.
All right, buddy, race the racetrack for me now, nice and smooth. Starting to open it up a little bit. Let's not run any harder than we have to. That 12 shouldn't let you go when you get there. You just want some help if the caution comes out. Plenty of room. That's it, Biffle. Be smart, baby. Race the racetrack. On outside.
Well, he is fast right now.
Yeah. He's also the #1 cheerleader because when he made his way to the front, passing those 2 cars a few laps ago, he got on the radio and let out a big yahoo! How about that pass? Now the caution's out.
Debris, Bill, on the racetrack. 8th caution of the Southern 500. And Greg Biffle will slow. Doesn't look like anybody is going to get many laps back. Looks like Kenny Wallace has dropped something. He's bounced off the wall in the Stacker 2 car.
Kenny was involved in that wreck earlier.
Yep.
In turns 3 and 4. See all the damage that was from that wreck.
But you know what? We have to apologize to Dave because now 4 car Kevin LePage had fallen back to 14th, but he can stop now, change 4 tires, and be just like everybody else.
He didn't lose anything.
No, he didn't.
4 car. You know, he gained a couple laps up front, but he didn't lose anything either.
Sorry, Dave.
So we'll get ready for some pit
Sorry?
stops.
Sorry, Dave. I hope you'll expect.
What happened now?
The 4 car. He's okay.
Oh, well, no, that's all right. You know, don't exonerate me yet. He may go down a lap later for a mistake on pit road. You got to make these calls under pressure, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Everything worked out for them, though. Good to see Kevin LePage back in a Winston Cup car. See a little bit of damage there, right front, left rear. It's not been a completely clean day for LePage, but again, he's on the lead lap. And there are only 18 of the 43 starters that are still on the lead lap.
Yeah, they're having a good race.
Yep.
They need a good race.
Yeah, nice to see for Larry McClure's team. Here they come. Biffle, Harvick, McMurray, Elliott, Mayfield, the top 5 coming to pit road. Marty?
Kevin Harvick running second, an easy in. No one behind him. No one will be in front of him either. He said that was not bad right there. Don't touch it. He wants a new bottle of water, 1 pack of ice. It'll be 4 tires for Harvick. And as we said, no adjustments. Matt?
Push slides to a stop, a track bar adjustment, and the last stop really helped the race car. It was tight. Another adjustment this time, also going down on air pressure on the left side tires, Dave.
A trio of changes for Jamie McMurray. Air up on the left sides, track bar and wedge adjustment, loose car. Bill?
Car is good for Greg Biffle. No chassis adjustments, just 4 tires and fuel. But remember, on the restarts, they're battling that vapor lock problem. We'll see what happens. Good stuff for these guys. The 29 is going to beat them out, though.
Yep, sure is.
Harvick out first, looked like Bill Elliott. And Greg Biffle had a pretty close race for second.
Great stop for Elliott's crew.
Yeah.
Mike Ford's guys doing the job.
Tip the cap to Kyle Petty, too. What's been a very struggling season for him. He's still on the lead lap. Just 18 of the 43 starters are. Under caution in the Southern 500 at Darlington.
I don't know what that 29 is doing. I don't know if he's speed getting on pit road or what he's doing, but smoke getting off of there, getting in. I don't know what he's doing there.
What happens is the lead car cannot pass the pace car, so he's got to go for sure 45 miles an hour. Even though the pace car is 50, it's a shorter distance when you turn into the pits than it is to go all the way around the track. So the lead guys got to wait, whereas whoever pits in the back can gas it up on their way out.
You want to go when you get there. One to go.
Coming up on 400 miles on the Southern 500, how have we gotten here so far? Well, the usual pre-race festivities got us going, and then a big 6-car pileup triggered the afternoon that's been filled with cautions. Michael Waltrip, Rusty Wallace, Dale Jarrett among those involved, starting with Jason Leffler made contact with Christian Fittipaldi. On the restart from that caution, Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin among those who got torn up. Then later on another restart, Jeff Burton running second gets squeezed by lap traffic. Got away with it. Matt Kenseth leading at lap 108, scuffs the wall in turn 2. He hasn't been the same since. He's running back in traffic now. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car broke, rear axles. Needed to get a push back to the garage. He's 9 laps down in 27th after repairs. Kurt Busch cut a left front tire, took him out of contention, then he got back on the lead lap later. Another 6-car pileup here. Jeff Gordon and Casey Mears tangled going into turn 3. Schrader and Benson involved. Jimmie Johnson was the leader at the time, tapped the back of Michael Waltrip, got away with things just fine. And Jimmy Spencer and Joe Nemechek with a little tangle off turn 2, sending Nemechek into a tank slapper. On the pit stops, Ryan Newman's car stalled. Couldn't get it restarted. He bumped the kill switch. Lost a lot of laps for repairs. Ken Schrader's hood came loose, brought out a caution when he caught the wall. Greg Biffle went by Kevin Harvick for the race lead. And now on the exchange of pit stops on this most recent caution from debris, Harvick taking the lead back from Biffle, and that's where we stand.
Other than that, it's been slow. Now, I got to imagine that Harvick would like to see this thing go green for a long time, BP. It seems to me that they're set up for the long run, but it's playing into Biffle's hands right now.
Yes, it is, because every 30, 40 laps, we're getting a caution flag. And we see Junior going by Harvick and Biffle trying to take the lead in turn 3.
Oh, Biffle right down on the flat below that broken line.
And he's got it, Biffle back to the front.
Look at this for third. Jamie McMurray on Bill Elliott. Got him. But maybe not for long.
Nope.
Veteran's discretion.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Got Jimmie Johnson up to 5th, Bobby Labonte, Terry Labonte 6th and 7th, followed by Elliott Sadler, Tony Stewart, and Jeremy Mayfield. 18 cars on the lead lap.
On board with Jamie McMurray, the third-place cars. He looks back at Elliott, squeezes down on the inside of Jeff Green. Jeff Green is, we're 2 laps down in 20th?
Yep.
Jimmie Johnson back up there. He's been kind of missing out of the top 7 or 8 spots for a while.
Yeah, he's fallen back some. Remember, they made that track bar adjustment, got the car too loose. They've been working to make up some of that long lost track position since then. And there's another one that dropped back a long ways. Bobby Labonte started 5th, dropped back as far as 22nd place at lap 101. But Bill, he's back up, trying to get into the top 5.
Just having a remarkable run the second half of this race, Alan. And the thing about it is, a lot of crew chiefs don't believe it's the strongest car that wins the race at Darlington, but the strongest driver. And Benny, you were there when we were talking to his crew chief, Michael McSwain, this morning, and Fatback said his driver is tough, has a body fat of about 6 or 7%. The day after that fiery crash in Chicago, Bobby went out and rode his bike for 20 miles. Friday morning, before he came to the track, he ran 5 miles. He stays in shape all the time. You can imagine how hard it is to race 500 miles here when you have a good car. But when you start off with a bad one and have to make it good, you better be in shape if you want to be up front at the finish. Great run for these guys.
I think that's one big difference in today's driver and the driver of about 25 years ago. I don't think we did enough body conditioning. I don't think we ran enough, worried about our muscles. We just worried about getting the car around the racetrack. Today, they worry about that, and it shows by being able to run 500 miles here in this heat, really without any problems.
Well, anything that these guys can get a little bit of an edge on the next guy anymore, and that's part of it.
How about our Little Debbie lap leaders? Who's been out in front today? Well, the most time out in front has been spent by Ryan Newman. But after the kill switch killed his engine on the pit stop earlier, he is now 8 laps down in 26th place. Jeff Burton spent a long time out in front, then just had loose slug nuts, had to make an extra pit stop. Back at 168, hasn't made up his track position.
He's buried back in 12th spot, just can't weed his way through the traffic now.
Greg Biffle out in front. 3rd time today he's led. And now Matt Kenseth losing some more ground. Kurt Busch and Ricky Craven by him. How about Kurt Busch, Matt?
He entered pit road in the 8th position, Alan, but they had a slow stop. A lug fell off on the right rear. They lost time there, restarted 16th. He is slowly trying to climb his way back up into contention, currently 13th. 2 straight top 10 finishes here, trying for a 3rd today.
Yeah, those guys were very close to being a lap down.
Well, they were a lap down.
Yeah, they were a lap down, yeah.
Yep.
We saw both those cars, Kurt Busch and Ricky Craven, go by Matt Kenseth, the championship leader. Kenseth currently back in the 15th position. There he is.
Just hasn't been the same since he hit the wall, leading at lap 108. But the way the championship system works in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, it's how it's kind of like golf. What was that saying about golf, Benny, you like to throw out there?
It's how you play your bad shots. So it's how you finish your bad races rather than how many good ones you have. Yeah. I think this year Matt Kenseth's worst finish has been 22nd or something.
That's exactly right.
And all of his competitors have had finishes back in the 40s.
And the driver closest to him in the championship, Earnhardt Jr., is behind him on the racetrack now, having spent 9 laps behind the wall getting an axle repaired. Kevin Harvick is the one who stands to gain a lot of ground today as Harvick runs up in 2nd. As they run, Junior was 351 behind starting the day. Harvick was 464 behind starting the day. As they go by Ward Burton, who has been a couple laps down since very early in this race. You see some damage to the right front of his car. How about championship leader, Matty?
Well, he's been battling a loose race car over the past 2 runs, and it is still loose, Alan. This team, like Benny said, they've made the best out of bad situations. They're going to have to try to pull off another one. And Benny, what was that stat we heard this weekend? 20 of 22 top 15 finishes this year?
Yeah, something like that, Matt. He has been phenomenal. But as Matt said, right now struggling with a loose race car and just can't get it tightened up.
Making a debris report that NASCAR is checking out. And I don't believe anything will come of it. Ricky Craven just ahead of Matt Kenseth there as they race for 14th and 15th. We can only hope we get a finish like they had in the spring race here when Craven and Kurt Busch came crashing across the start-finish line.
Was that unbelievable or what?
Yep.
Matt going up trying to use all that racetrack, trying to find some grip up against that outside retaining wall. But unfortunately, all that space has been used by all these cars. Ricky Craven, is he going to have a run like in the spring, Bill?
He's hoping, Benny, it's going to be a good battle to get back there if he does. They got a bad set of tires on their previous stop, and they'd adjusted for the car, so the combination of the adjustments and the tires just sent Ricky sailing the wrong way. So this set got a better set of tires, put the car back to where it was, hoping that he can work his way back to the front.
Well, Ricky Craven is a New Englander. He's from Newburgh, Maine. That's a long way from Darlington, South Carolina. He cut his teeth on the short tracks of New England and was asked by reporters in a press conference the other day about the move of the Southern 500 from Labor Day weekend. And Ricky said that Darlington represents to NASCAR racing what Fenway Park does to baseball and what the Masters and Augusta National do to golf. He said there won't be 150,000 people here, and it's not $1 million to win, but this track has got as much history and represents perhaps more than any other racetrack what stock car drivers do. That's why this is an important race to win. It's what the sport is all about.
And they've been doing it since 1950 here at this old racetrack. The racetrack has changed a couple of times since then.
Whose car is that doesn't sound
Kyle
too
Petty's.
well?
I think it's Kyle Petty's 45 car that's
sounding ugly.
Yeah, when he comes by the booth here, it doesn't sound too good.
I think he's lost a cylinder after a great run. There he is. Matt, cylinder gone, right?
BP back on lap 276. Kyle gave the team a big scary swerve like he was going to enter pit road, and the crew jumped on the radio and said, "What are you doing?" And when he swerved back, he said, "Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you. I was just throwing up my water bottles." But then they got the big scare. He came on the radio and said, "We're down on 7 cylinders. It's not looking good."
That's too bad. They've had a decent day. Not great, decent. But when things have been as tough as they have been for the Petty Enterprises team this year, yeah, you know, you got to walk before you can run.
You look for decent.
Yeah. So Kyle soldiered on. Last car on the lead lap in 18th position.
Well, there's a good chance that car won't see the rest of the race. Normally when it goes down 7 cylinders, other bad things happen.
There's something inside that engine that's floating around that's making things bad for all those other cylinders.
And it's usually metal.
Metal.
The Labonte brothers racing for 6th and 7th. Terry Labonte came here as a rookie in 1978. Went into a meeting, rookie meeting. It's mandatory for all the rookie drivers at a track, and it was even a more elaborate rookie program back then. Terry said they showed a film of the previous year's Southern 500 and all the things not to do here at this racetrack. And the car that he was going to drive in 78 was the car that had done all the wrong things the year before and was featured in the highlight film.
Yes, I used to conduct some of those meetings with the rookies. I might have conducted that one, as a matter of fact, with Terry Labonte in attendance.
So he said his goal for that Southern 500 was just to not make the highlight film for the next year.
That's what you tried to do, was just scare those rookies to death and tell them how bad it was going to be and hope that they would not cause a problem.
Worked out okay for Terry. Finished 4th that day.
That's right.
In his Winston Cup debut at this track.
It's kind of like sitting and watching a bunch of airplane crashes before you go flying.
Exactly.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too good, would it?
Elliott Sadler trying to get by Bobby Labonte in the 7th position.
Yep.
And he does it.
Yeah, Bobby bounced off the wall on the backstretch 3 or 4 laps ago. No smoke, but the car's not as good as it was.
See Tony Stewart moving up to try to take the 8th position away from Bobby.
Well, he's been pretty unspectacular today, hasn't he, Stewart? They just haven't gotten up there and done a whole lot.
Bobby's in a lot of spots right here.
Boys, old Jimmie Darlington used to say, long-time veteran team owner. The story Ken Schrader likes to tell from his time driving for Jimmie, that was out on the racetrack and might even been here and bounced the car off the wall and then came on the radio a few laps later and said it's loose or it's tight or whatever it was, and Jimmie come back a couple seconds later and said, "Hey, you were the last one to adjust it." 67 laps to go. In the Southern 500, can Greg Biffle win this race in his very first try? You're watching NASCAR on NBC.
Clear.
Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, closing in on the final laps of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Greg Biffle continues to lead. Scary moment a moment ago. He thought maybe his motor started to go. The crew put on their helmets, jumped up on the wall. Biffle stayed out. A couple laps later, he said the gauges are okay. His crew chief, Doug Richards, said, I don't know what it was. So Biffle still on the track, still leading the race. Take a look a moment ago. Watch and see. You can see some smoke come out.
Ooh,
sure
man.
did, don't you guys?
Sure did see some smoke out of the back of that car.
What could that be?
I don't know.
Still talking about it on the radio, but he continues to lead. We'll keep an eye on Biffle, the race leader, as we take you through the field. So it's a 16 car up front. The 29 follows. We go to Marty.
That's a man chasing him, Kevin Harvick, in career start number 95, going for win number 5. They'll pit in about 30 laps. Car is excellent. Kevin has not said a word. Dave?
The 42 car, Jamie McMurray, very good on that last restart thanks to those adjustments. That's a problem they had been having. They know the car is good over the long run. The 9 car of Bill Elliott just reported in a little bit tight in, a little bit loose off the corner. They've made a wedge adjustment to fix just a little bit of a tight condition last time they were on pit road. Jimmie Johnson continuing to march forward after going back earlier. They just made a track bar and a wedge adjustment on that last stop. Just a little bit tight off of turn 2. They believe they fixed that. Matt?
Dave, his teammate Terry Labonte running in the 6th position. He was too tight on that last stop. A little track bar adjustment has helped, but it's made the car a little more on the free side. But crew chief Jim Long likes the way the car is looking on the track and on the stopwatch, Bill.
Elliott Sadler in the 38, solid day so far. The car doesn't want to turn in the center. Last time, 4 tires and fuel and a track bar adjustment. Currently 7th. Dave?
Coming onto pit road, Jeremy Mayfield was 4th, and he lost 6 spots on pit road. A problem on the front. Owner Ray Evernham went down to the 19 team, found out what it was, and stayed with them to try to encourage them through the rest of this race. The car is good for Jeremy. The 20 of Tony Stewart, a tick tight on the last run. They took some air pressure out of the right front tire, changed all 4, sent Tony on his way. Matt?
Robbie Gordon never scored a top 10 finish here in Darlington. Right now, running in the 10th position. We've got a caution.
Caution for debris once again.
Oh man, this is going to really do something, because now we got 57 laps to go right now. That's an awfully long ways for these guys to run. We've seen about 35, 40 laps.
All right. The clutch is falling apart. No clutch.
No clutch. That's what.
Okay, guys, when we come in, we're going to have to probably drop and push them, okay, to 4 tires, and we'll have to see what we can do to get them out of here.
What else can happen today?
I don't think it's going to make it, buddy. I put it in 1st gear or 3rd gear, and it's just, I don't know if I'm going to be able to shift it on the restarts.
Man.
Jericho, but we use, you know, we won't use the clutch. We'll try to cram it in the gear.
Ugh, that's tough. It can be done.
Oh, yeah.
But you may get run over in the process.
Let's see, we had Ryan Newman leading, comes in at a pit stop, hits the kill switch on his car. They need 8 laps before they can get it refired and figure that out. Jeff Burton was a front runner earlier and had the lug nut problem on a pit stop. You got Matt Kenseth leading at lap 108 when he hits the turn 1 wall. And now Greg Biffle leading, and the caution comes out. He says he's got no clutch.
These cars have hydraulic clutches, so I can only assume that that smoke we saw was the hub assembly that's hydraulic braking. And the oil coming out of the
smoke. Yeah,
that's all I can assume.
You hear Biffle trying to work out a plan for himself here on how he's going to get away from pit road and get through the restart.
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta jam that thing in gear when they drop it off the jacks.
Dale Jarrett loosening the belts because he should be parking his car here. He's 65 laps down, and there are only 56 laps left in the race.
He's trying to unloosen the belt so he can get some
his ice pack.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Oh, he looks crammed up in there. Yeah, that's been empty a long time. Yeah.
Man, there's nothing in there. All right.
Miserable day. Involved in the early caution and been cruising around after repairs were made ever since. Here they come, pit stops with 55 to go, Marty.
Earlier you met the 7 men that go over the wall for Kevin Harvick, and this 29 bunch has delivered all day long. One final big stop here in the Southern 500 with 50 laps to go. It should play into Harvick's hands. He wants more forward bite and a pound out of both rear tires, Matt.
And the 5 guys have performed flawlessly for Terry Labonte. The last stop, a track bar adjustment, up 1 round, but it made the car too loose off the corner. They're going to split the difference. Go back down. 4 tires, Dave.
42 car, little loose in, little wedge in the left rear, air out of the rear tires. Jamie said small bag of ice. Last one a little big, wouldn't fit in my suit, Bill.
Jack Roush told me it could be the clutch going away. Biffle said it could be the drive shaft or the transmission. He's got his tires. Now they'll see if they can get him going. He got out. He's on his way in traffic. So a good stop. He gets back out. Now let's see if that car will stay together.
Jamie McMurray off pit road first.
There he goes, Jamie.
And you'll see Kevin Harvick up next.
And then it's going to get tight.
Yep. And here they all come.
Terry Labonte, Bill Elliott. Oh, give that one to Burton by a skosh.
Now, Biffle's in a tough spot because it's going to be difficult to restart that car, Benny, and he's going to have guys right behind him that are could run him over.
You're right. But they have these transmissions with synchronizers that it's a little easier to shift than the old transmissions.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it.
And Matt Kenseth, his trouble will continue because the last stop, he overshot his pits. They started to change the tires. Okay, we've got it.
31, he dives up, diver in there. Here we are.
Goes around the 31 car, slides to a stop. Watch the official. Watch the NASCAR officials. Back it up. Okay, now change them.
That's happened a couple times to those guys this year. I think was it Pocono that happened? I'm trying to remember. There was recently, a couple races ago.
Well, as a matter of fact,
we just happened to have it. Pocono.
Daytona. Just goes.
Yeah, he goes completely out of that one.
Oh, at the Brickyard trying to make that right side change.
That was close.
He's had some excitement in the pit box.
Yep. I tell you what, when you pit as good as well as those guys do, it's going to be close a lot of times.
Yeah. I thought I saw when Bill Elliott left pit road that they had only gotten a tear off half off his windshield, and he had a big pile of that material kind of laying over the driver's side of his windshield.
Oh, that's not good.
See it up there?
Yeah.
Check it out, all in there.
That's not good.
His vision ought to be.
But you know what? That may just blow. That may just blow off. He hopes it will blow off.
It's right in his line of visibility.
Yeah, that's got to come off.
That's terrible.
Could be in a worse spot.
One lap to the restart. Marty?
Kevin Harvick will restart second. Todd Berry will have about 50 laps or so to go. Will this play into your hands?
I feel like it will. I mean, you know, but as many cautions as we had today, I'm not sure that they're over. So still, we're going to have to be a little conservative first 5 or 6 laps of this run right here, not to dang burn the thing down, because it'll really pay big at the end of a run if you overrun it at the start. So we'll just have to see how hard they all want to run right here and see if it plays into our favor or not.
Matt?
And Jim Long, if that's your last stop, did you adjust on it enough to make it a winning race car?
Well, the last time there, I think we went a little too far when we went back halfway, you know. Run before that, we were pretty neutral. Clouds come out, track's changing a little bit. I think we're ready to go do business now.
The pit crew picked them up 2 spots on pit road, Dave.
All right, checking with Ray Evernham, owner of the 9 and the 19. Ray, I need to ask you, I mean, can these guys go the rest of the way on these tires? Are they going to have to pit again?
It just depends if the caution comes out. If it doesn't come out, they can certainly go all the way. But both Dodge dealers, Dodges, are running real good today. We're just having a little trouble on the front of the Duke crew of the 19 there. They got some trouble with the studs on the left front. It's not letting the left front wheel come off. But really proud of both teams, and it'd be great to win the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
He's got some great experience here as well, Bill.
Doug Richard is watching his car, talking to his driver. What's the problem with your car, and will it live to the finish, Doug?
Well, we're speculating right now that we might have a little problem with the flywheel, possibly from dragging the racetrack. We've lost the clutch. We had to push him out of the pit, so yeah, we've had a lot of luck today, and I hope this Ranger Ford has a little bit more to make it to the end.
Tell you what, Piffle did a good job getting through the gears.
He's running 6th now. He was the leader at the caution when he had his problem.
See Bill Elliott there with the tear-off still on there, hoping it will blow off.
McMurray leads. Harvick is 2nd. Terry Labonte 3rd. Bill Elliott 4th. And Jeff Burton is 5th. Here's Biffle on Burton for that number 5 spot. Well, clutch or no clutch.
He's got that position. Like you talked about, when he presents that nose up there alongside of you, you got to let him go.
You know, there is a school of believers that you just don't need a good clutch.
You don't need a clutch.
I've
been saying that all the time. And here's proof.
So Biffle by Jeff Burton. And now to try and pick up a spot on Bill Elliott, who's still got that tear-off flapping around. The wind hasn't pulled it off yet. And when it does come off, whose grill's it going to land on?
Yeah, it's going to land on somebody else's windshield.
Now, Kevin Harvick, that 29 car, look, I think he's faster than he's showing right now. Wally, he's trying to run 50 laps on these tires. He's trying to really take it easy right now and run to the end of the race on these tires.
I agree. He's been doing that all day. He's been very, very good at taking care of those tires, BP. I think you're right, but boy, he's got 3 or 4 cars in his mirror right now, and it's a tough deal. You got to, do you run hard enough to stay in front of them, or do you let them go and just say, hey, I hope they come back to me?
And Doug Richard talked about the flywheel in the 16 car hitting the racetrack. These cars, they're sprung so soft anymore with the bumps as they go over them, and the springs give that goes down. The engines are so low that they're actually the flywheel hitting the racetrack.
Tell you what, Greg Biffle, talking about Kevin Harvick running a pace and trying to make those tires last. That really hasn't been Biffle's style today.
No, not at all.
He's been throwing all the speed he can at it, and he's going to try and make up some of that track position if he can.
It's been fun to watch.
Here we go, 3 wide for second there is Jeremy Mayfield trying to get alongside the 1. Comes Kurt Busch, and we see Kenseth dive on the inside of the 32 and 1. Easy, big boys.
That's for 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. Mayfield in the 12th spot, Busch in the 13th, Craven 14th, and Kenseth 15th. Kevin LePage also in the mix there, lead lap, 16th place. Out of 17 that are on the same circuit. Let's check out this fight for the 7th spot. Jimmie Johnson trying to get it from Robbie Gordon. Elliott Sadler going to try and take advantage of the opening. 31's done a decent job today, though. Robbie Gordon, how Matt?
About 40 laps ago, Alan, he got his Darlington stripe off turn 2. He's now solidly in the top 10, flirting with the top 5. His car owner, Richard Childress, keeps telling him on the radio, coaching him, be smooth, be patient. It's almost time to race, just not yet. Just hang where you are. Bill.
Elliott Sadler in that 38 car, they've had trouble all day getting that car to rotate through the center of the turn. So last stop, 1 round up on the track bar, 4 tires and fuel, came in 7th, went out 10th, try to make those tires last to the finish. Dave?
Bill, the 48 car of Jimmie Johnson was just a little bit tight off turn 2. You know, at one point I said they had fixed that, but the condition kind of returned to the car, so they made a slight air pressure adjustment. None of the wedge and track bar they've been doing, just slight adjustment on the 48. Marty?
Dave, look who's come back to life. Jeff Burton up in the 6th position. They finally got the chassis back to where it was earlier in the race. And if this race goes green, it will play to Jeff Burton's favor as well. Very good on the long runs, just a little bit tight. And on that last stop, a half-pound out of right front. Dave, back to you.
Well, Marty, the 42 of Jamie McMurray. Jamie was ill. We reported that earlier and really hasn't said much about it all day. So I checked in again with his crew chief, Donnie Wingo, and I said, Donnie, has he said anything more about feeling bad? And he watched his car come across the start-finish line leading the race. He said he's feeling pretty good right now. Marty, back to you.
Kevin Harvick biding his time, driving a very smart race, as Wally has talked about. Kind of reminds me of the man who used to drive this car, Dale Earnhardt, who won at Darlington 9 times. Harvick has said very little on the radio today, but Richard Childress just told me I am very proud of him. He has driven an excellent race. Matt?
An awesome drive by Terry Labonte, running in the 3rd position. He hasn't said anything on the radio about that track bar adjustment, but Jim Long is smiling on top of the pit box. Terry, always known to be patient, the Iceman. Maybe today's the day he breaks back into victory lane and wins another Southern 500.
The 1980 winner, Terry Labonte in the 5, fighting there with 3-time Southern 500 winner Bill Elliott for that 3rd spot.
And I think Biffle is another car in the 16 that they've told him, you've got to run to the end of the race on these tires. Because he went up, he challenged Bill Elliott, and all of a sudden just kind of fell back. So I just kind of think they told him, hey, you got to go the rest of the way, take care of the tires.
Yeah, something you started to say a minute ago about another driver really comes to play about Bill Elliott here. Thank goodness for him it's not a bright sunny day, because if it was, he would really be hampered by that tear-off in his way.
Yeah, the overcast definitely helps the vision, because this place just sandblasts your windshields like you can't believe, and that tear-off would be really trouble if there was a glare. I still think that's right in the, it seems like it's right in the middle of the,
you ever been
your vision.
Here comes Biffle. Man, he likes to drop those left sides down below that broken line there in the corner. Whoa.
Here he comes.
Biffle's got problems. It just gave out. Greg Biffle, who's led 70 laps today on 3 different occasions.
Right there. What happened to it, buddy? Jumped out of gear.
Jumped out of gear.
In Florida.
Now he's going to drive with one hand, hold it in gear with the other hand.
Can you do that here?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. This is not one of those places you can do that. But if it jumps out of gear again, then he's going to have engine problems.
Yeah.
Because you cannot catch the over rev when a car jumps out of 4th gear. When you're full throttle, you're going to see that RPM gauge just get maxed.
So that's probably a good save there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming off the corner wide open. The car jumps up in neutral. I don't know how it didn't blow up.
So Biffle shuffled back to 7th. Actually only lost 1 spot in that jumping out of gear exchange. More on today's Mountain Dew Southern 500 at NBCSports.com. BP does some writing there. Yours truly as well. We'll give you our opinions on some topics of the day. Previews and reviews on the different races. NBCSports.com. Might be writing about Jamie McMurray here in a couple of hours as he leads the Southern 500. We are at 50 miles to go for McMurray, trying to win the race in his first try. Remember, he took over for Sterling Marlin last year at the beginning of October after Marlin was injured in that crash at the Kansas City race. Got the win in just his 2nd start, subbing for Marlin at Charlotte last October, but this is his first Southern 500 try. 2nd Winston Cup race here. In the race back in March at this track, he finished 22nd. And he's out front by a chunk.
Well, he is. I don't know if they can catch this guy in 37 laps.
The 2 cars behind him are lap cars. Newman and Earnhardt Jr. Their 2nd place Kevin Harvick, and that's 2.3 seconds.
But I think where you see the fall off is when they've run 40 laps on their tires. That's when the cream rises, I believe, to the top.
So you mean about 10, 15 laps to go? Oh, we see the 31 cars made contact with a wall. And he has again. This is probably going to bring out the caution.
If he's got a right front flat there, I don't know if that happened afterwards. But...
What the hell ain't they doing a caution?
I don't know.
I have no steering. I have no steering.
Robbie's fighting the car. Matt?
Well, he jumped on the radio and said, I've got a flat, I've got a flat. You heard them say, why are they not throwing a caution? The guys are up on the wall.
Oh, no.
A great day going for Robbie Gordon. Finally, he gets the caution.
Well, that car almost went back up the racetrack.
Looks like when he got to turn 3, it was just going to...
Look out for the end of the pit wall. Thank you. Hey, you didn't win the race. You can't do burnouts.
Go straight, straight.
I'm impressed with that move.
Bad luck.
Goes in the corner if he has, and
yeah, definitely he had right rear, I think, went down. The way the car got loose, it looked like the right rear tire.
There'll be another car out there a slower car.
Oh yeah, look at them. The crush panels are ripped out of the right rear.
Oh man, that's going to be good for him.
Yeah, that's not good either. That's really bad on a driver. All that heated exhaust inside the car.
Pit stops again with the pressure on. Last time Jamie McMurray's crew got the job done best and got him out with the lead. Here they all come. Stops will come with 33 to go. Marty?
And that's exactly what Todd Berrier told his guys. He said, now it's our turn. It'll be 4 tires and no adjustments. Now, there is one slight adjustment for Harvick. He's a little loose in. They're going to adjust by adding no fuel this time. Matt?
And Terry Labonte pulls to a stop. No adjustments from Terry Labonte. The race car is getting there. Just a 4-tire change. The big race now to see who will win it off pit road, Dave.
High five for this group last time. Can they do it again? 4 tires, no changes, not even anything for Jamie. Bill?
4 tires, air pressure adjustment for Biffle because the car is just a tick tight. They offered to give him a bungee cord to hold the gear shift in gear. He declined that, so he gets his tires, waiting for trial, and that was out his way.
Clear.
5.
How about that?
Off pit road first. Terry Labonte.
And we see the 32 car in Biffle make contact off pit road.
Here's the pit exit.
Great stop.
closely followed by Kevin Harvick.
Then comes Jimmie Johnson. Where's the 42 car?
Should be next.
Watch this contact between the 32 of Craven and Biffle as Craven tries to turn around, and bam.
That's not good for the right front.
Nope.
Luckily on Biffle's car,
See that big
door.
See that big hole in the door?
Yeah.
He's got a great big, well, I don't know, maybe that was just rubber.
Less than 50 miles to go in the race, and for the first time all day long, Terry Labonte leads the Southern 500. We'll be back to Darlington in a minute.
Copy what they say. There he is, Hamilton.
Just put it down and fix it right there. Put it down the thing and we'll fix it when we get a chance.
Give me a fan, man. I'm dying in here, please.
Break, Robbie.
We have no luck.
As part of Southern 500 weekend festivities, the National Motorsports Press Association inducted 2 new members into the NMPA Stock Car Racing Hall of Fame to go with existing members like BP, Richard Petty. They were Darrell Waltrip, 3-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion, and old handsome Harry Gant. Last night held here at Darlington Country Club nearby.
Fell in the middle, Kenny Bruce, the president of the National Motorsports Press Association.
Very nice facility, just recently renovated. It's right out front of the speedway here. If you happen to be cruising up or down I-95, it's well worth a look through. 1 lap away from the restart, Matt.
And Jim Long, you changed up your guys a little bit, and it really paid off a huge stop.
I'm going to tell you, these guys are the best on pit road. Take my hat off to them. They are getting the job done. And I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of tough competition up there. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 30, but we're in position to try something here now.
Terry Labonte getting the job done on the racetrack. So who are the 5 guys? Let's meet them.
Jim Long, crew chief, Lambertville, Michigan.
Lee D, windshield, Rockingham, North Carolina. J.D. Holcomb, front tire carrier, Whitesburg, Kentucky.
Murray Tim, front tire changer, Kitchener, Ontario, Canada. Rick Pigeon, Jackman, Fairfax, Vermont.
Jake Jones, rear tire carrier, Ryan, Georgia.
Mike Bumgarner, rear tire changer, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Brad Piggins, gas man, Greer, South Carolina.
Dave Denning, catch can, Charlotte, North Carolina.
These guys are from all over the place.
All right, there's no more saving tires.
Nope, this is it. Go for it, boys.
Gotta go. Everybody's got to run hard.
30 laps to go at Darlington in the Southern 500. Terry Labonte leads. Kevin Harvick is second. Earnhardt Jr. and Ryan Newman are laps down, and they're up there in and among the leaders.
Bonnie's catching a pretty good break right here. With a little space in between him and Harvick.
Down to 16 cars on the lead lap after Robbie Gordon's problem.
And Junior moves over, let Terry Labonte go by.
Well, Newman is 8 laps down. Junior's 9 laps down. At this point,
yeah, we may as well go ahead and get out of the way, let these guys race.
And right before they dropped the green flag, Benny, Jim Long said, Terry, you know what you have to do. We will stay off the radio from here on out unless we get a caution. This is the first laps led at Darlington for Terry Labonte since this race back in 1999.
And he's got clean racetrack, and that's the best thing you can have right now at this point.
You know, we talk about arrow push all the time. He has no cars out in front. Oh, we see the 12 cars.
Hang on, Ryan. Man, what a
Harvick.
Great save.
What a job.
Great save.
Unbelievable.
Good save. Wow.
Yeah, you're darn right it is.
Exactly.
Something just come out from under the 29 car. They bounced off each other up there in 2. Maybe it was just some rubber or something knocked loose from under one of the fender wells. Who's that? Is that Robbie Gordon slowing the inside?
Robbie again.
He's bounced off the wall again in that car. And NASCAR's trying to get him off the track in the back pits where he's coming up to now so he can stay under green.
That deal with Newman slowed the 29 car down a little bit, gave Terry Labonte even more of a lead.
Here comes Biffle. He goes by the 12 car. He's got Jeremy Mayfield in hot pursuit. That's a battle for the 6th position. What a job by Ryan Newman. Unbelievable.
And he doesn't feel very well either. In fact, he's asked for some medical attention after the race. He was having trouble getting the water out of the bottle in his car, and that might have led to him accidentally hitting that kill switch when they were giving him water and ice on that pit stop. But he does not feel well and still makes the great save.
What, Labonte's clicking off some good laps right now.
So they're putting Ryan Newman farther back in the field. Let's check it out. Newman over in turn 2. This is from Kevin Harvick's car.
Woo! Boy, Harvick
That's so
got lucky
close.
on that one.
Man, how lucky can you get? It was just about he was almost crashed. And he's got that swarm of bees behind him.
Terry Labonte has now been out in front for 8 laps as we watch Elliott Sadler try and take a spot. And Jeremy Mayfield on Greg Biffle for 6th and 7th. So Mayfield, a great job today in that 19 car. Got into the wall a little bit earlier in the weekend. They banged the sheet metal out, and he's done a very, very respectable job today. And there's a team that needs and needed a good run. It's been 30th or worse in 3 of the last 9 races for Mayfield. So good effort, good job. 19 car, Dave, how about it?
And now they did adjust on that last stop. They were tight in the corner, loose off the corner. They made a wedge adjustment and went for it.
And McMurray now racing with Mayfield's teammate Bill Elliott for 4th and 5th place.
You know, I talked about arrow push just a moment ago, Wally, but it really appears like that if you get that good, clean air, you're able to go someplace. You get back in the pack.
Everybody BP today, I've been looking at the time on it. It doesn't matter who gets out front. They're about a 1/10 of a second faster for at least the first 20 laps. And I think you're right. Every little bit helps on the nose of that car. And right now, Terry Labonte is about a 1/10 of a second faster than everybody behind him.
McMurray goes by Elliott.
Got a trio of Dodges racing for that spot there. So McMurray in 4th, Elliott 5th, Mayfield 6th.
Well, it happened, BP.
Yep, Kyle Petty could not quite make it to the end. That's too bad.
Oh, man, he did a good job anyway. All you guys did.
Scheduled next on NBC, the AVP Nissan Series Chicago Open, presented by Bud Light. Volleyball is scheduled to start already. Race running a little long today. We'll get you there as possible at the conclusion of our NASCAR coverage. But, the AVP Nissan Series Chicago Open next on NBC. Still 4th, 5th, and 6th here. McMurray, Elliott, Mayfield.
Right now, these cars, the front cars especially, have broken away from the lap cars and what have you. And right now, the 29 car is a little bit faster than the 5 of Labonte. We'll see if he can continue to do that.
Jamie McMurray trying to get back-to-back top 5 finishes, 31st to 3rd at Bristol last week. And here comes Mayfield on his teammate Elliott.
Goes by him. Elliott's going to try to get by. No, he'll fall in and follow him.
Let's see what the times are this time by BP. 31:20.
Ooh, that's a good lap.
And 31:30 for Harvick, so he's a little bit quicker that lap.
Labonte was, yes, very good lap for Terry.
Now he is coming up on some slower cars, but I'd be surprised if these guys don't lay over and not give Terry any problems here. Coming up on the 23 of Kenny Wallace.
Kenny is in 24th place, 8 laps down. He's been into the wall earlier today. Check it out. 156 races since Terry Labonte's gone to victory lane, Matty.
Alan, remember we told you that Jim Long said they wouldn't talk on the radio? He has sounded more like an auctioneer over about the last 15 laps, screaming out lap times, telling him great laps, telling him how the distance is between himself and the next guy. Jim Long has not gone to victory lane in Winston Cup since Indy. When he won the Brickyard back in 1997 with Ricky Rudd, he told me this morning this team has made leaps and bounds. They feel like they're in position to take that next step, but they did not want to backslide. They felt like they needed to pull the trigger and get a win soon to get it under their belt.
Nice to see Terry win a race.
Boy, would Jamie McMurray that time the fastest car, but see how close that all those cars are in the top 6.
Talking about upcoming on NBC Sports, don't forget next weekend, Tradition and Glory. We got a lot of tradition and glory here at Darlington. Well, there's a lot in South Bend, Indiana as well. Notre Dame football returning to NBC, 2:30 Eastern next Saturday. Senior quarterback Carlisle Holiday leading the Irish against the 20th ranked Irish, against Pac-10 champion Washington State. Next Saturday, Fighting Irish on NBC.
Tell you what, the Notre Dame team, they pick on some tough guys, don't they?
Yeah.
Boy, Terry is just doing what he's got to do. So, uh-oh, we got a car on the wall up in 1.
Sterling Marlin. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is slowing as well. So far, we stay under the green. There's the 40.
Look out, the hood may come up on this car before you can get back to pit road.
Oh, you know Terry doesn't want to see a caution here.
No, he does not.
Looks like Marlin's going to keep it down on the apron, and we're going to stay under green.
Yeah, no flag, 40, slow and low at 3.
Left front tire's flat on the 40 car, so that might have been the cause of the contact with the outside retaining wall.
So let's talk about how they got here. For Terry Labonte, he started this race in 3rd position, fell back a pretty good bit in this race. I think he even got as far back as 18th. Then worked his way back toward the front, in 3rd, out 1st on the last pit stop. And that clean air and track position he's put into maximum use right now.
Yeah, those two guys should be high-fiving themselves right now. It's real important.
As for Kevin Harvick, the 2nd place runner took the race's green flag in 18th position. Harvick moved up and first led the race at lap 149. He's been in and among the top 3 or 4 for most of the day. Got off pit road 2nd on that last stop, and that's where he sits right now.
And Harvick's catching him. Not right now, he's catching a little bit, BP, but he's going to have to make bigger jumps than that right now. He's only got 12 to go.
That's right. He needs to get a little bit faster, about a 1/10 of a second faster. He might have a shot. Here's Jimmie Johnson.
Started 2nd today. Johnson has led the race on 3 different occasions for 17 laps. At one point, had an adjustment that they made in a pit stop that loosened his car up very badly, cost him some track position. He made it back up to get into the top 5. But he's not up there knocking around with Terry Labonte for the race lead at the moment. And for Jamie McMurray in the 42. Started 17th today. McMurray led at one point in the race for 21 laps. You see from lap 314, about 100 miles into the race, he began making his march toward the front from where he ran, had the lead until that last set of pit stops, and did not come out with the lead that he went in with.
But he's got a rear view mirror full right now of Jeremy Mayfield in that 19 car.
Got a rear mirror full of Mountain Dew. Oh, and he
scuffed it up.
These guys are going to try a little bit harder right now. Obviously, they got to drive harder. You got 10 laps to go. You drive a little bit harder here, and you're going to bounce off the wall. I mean, it's just...
And the fatigue factor at this point has got to be huge, too. The fatigue.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, yes, it is, but then again, your adrenaline's back pumping now because you're racing for position. You know the race is over, so really you kind of forget about the fatigue right now. Now, when that checkered flag drops, you can pour them out of the seat.
Yeah. Now here's a stat I was talking about with you guys this morning, around breakfast time here. The ages of Winston Cup winners so far this season. Of the 24 races that have been run to this point, only one has been won by a driver over age 40, and that was Dale Jarrett in the second race of the season back in Rockingham. Here's Terry Labonte out there at 46 years old, looking to score the Southern 500, arguably the most difficult race of the season.
And I was reading a stat from one of the riders that follows the circuit. He said that he's tracked the ages of 2,100 races, all the races in NASCAR Winston Cup, except 16 he could not find the age of the drivers, and 1% has been won by a driver over 47 or over. 21 out of 2,100.
Wow.
Bill?
But Benny, how many guys do you think race past that age? You know, I think that's kind of a deceiving stat because a lot of guys didn't race past that age, especially in the early years of the sport. Just like the guys racing today, the young guys probably won't race past that age either.
Well, they probably won't, but I mean, Harry Gant won 9 of the 21. And Earnhardt won a few, and we see Bill Elliott going by Jeremy Mayfield, taking over the 5th position.
And you see that deal finally did blow off the 9 car.
Yeah.
The windshield.
Yep.
Tear off.
And you know what? Terry Labonte, they're not going to catch it.
I don't think so, BP. He is driving very smooth. Now, if you watch his car, these guys are running hard behind him. They're trying to, you know, race each other, bouncing off the wall, and Terry is just driving that car so smooth right now. I think you're right.
5 laps to go when he comes to the stripe. You see the interval growing from Terry Labonte to second place Kevin Harvick. Terry Labonte already this season has more top 10 finishes than in all of 2002. A team that needed a rebuilding. Crew Chief Jim Long saying he likes the mix of guys he's got. He thinks it's the most talented team in the garage area. Terry Labonte in the midst of a contract renegotiation with Hendrick Motorsports and the team with sponsor Kellogg's, all expected to re-sign and continue on, but this won't do anything to hurt that enthusiasm.
It sure won't. I wonder, as we see Jim Long intently watching the front stretch, I wonder if Terry Labonte is going to do some donuts when this is over. He's never done one in his life.
I don't know. I think he's going to go right to victory lane.
I think he is.
He hasn't been there in a while, so he's not going to delay that any.
Last win for Terry Labonte, Texas Motor Speedway, March 1999. This is the 157th race since then. It's been a long dry spell. 2-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion, and his history in the sport so much intertwined with this racetrack. We told you about his making his Winston Cup debut here in 1978, this race, and finishing 4th.
And he got his first NASCAR Winston Cup victory here in 1980, I believe it was.
In the Southern 500. Correct you are, BP.
I remember that intently because 3 of us went down in turn 1 and all wrecked, and Labonte missed the wreck and went on to win.
He paid attention to that rookie meeting.
He did. He paid very good attention. Must have done a good job, huh?
Marty, how about Terry Labonte?
When he came here for his first ever Winston Cup start, he drove to the track with his dad. His mom, Martha, had no idea where they finished, so they stopped down the street at a payphone. They called her, and then they went about another mile down the road in their truck, and it ran out of gas. So hopefully they won't run out of gas on the way home today.
He'll see the white flag when he comes back around. Lap car of Jimmy Spencer just ahead. Spencer running in 22nd place, 6 laps down to the race leader. And Terry Labonte with a 2.5-second advantage on second place Kevin Harvick. Jeff Gordon takes his car to the garage. Nothing left to gain by running any more laps. The last Darlington race that Terry Labonte led more than 6 laps, September 1984. He's out in front now on the white flag lap here in the 2003 Southern 500. Half a lap to go. It's going to be a popular win. Oh, is this going to be popular? You're going to see the crews out on pit road applauding him, the other drivers giving him congratulations. 2-time Winston Cup champion Terry Labonte at age 46 will take the checkered flag and win the 54th Southern 500. That's pretty cool.
All right, way to go, guys. We did it. We did it. Way to go, everybody. Good job in the pits. You guys won the race for us right there.
Labonte's margin of victory, 1.6 seconds over Kevin Harvick. Terry led 33 laps today. They were the ones that counted most. Matt?
Jim, this race means so much. You came in to turn around this program, and you pulled it off.
It's my guys. I'm going to tell you, guys at the shop, the guys at pit crew, it's a team. My job's easy, man. I just let them do their thing, and we get it done.
What's this mean to come back and not only win, but win the Southern 500, the last one on Labor Day?
I don't know what to say. I really don't. Happy for Terry. Really happy for him.
I guess I stand to be corrected, BP.
He might be going to do some donuts.
Or he might be asking to get the checkered flag from starter Jimmie Howell. That's what he's asking for. He said, I want that last checkered flag. Look at it. They're throwing it down to him.
All right.
So it'll be like a Saturday night short track victory lap, but it's at Darlington in the Southern 500.
Cool. Beautiful, Terry.
That's better than a burnout. Everybody else does burnouts. Give me that checkered flag.
They're all climbing the fence down there.
Terry Labonte is the winner of the Southern 500. And Chevy congratulations. That's the Castroneves Indy Spider-Man imitation. That's your Chevy winning moment today. Chevy congratulates Terry and his team in the number 5 Monte Carlo. Terry will tell you the only thing that comes close to Monte Carlo's reputation on the track is its reputation on the street. More champions depend on Chevy. We'll be there. While we wait for Terry to get back to victory lane, let's hear from today's runner-up, Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, very tired. Kevin Harvick climbs from the Goodwrench Chevrolet. Kevin, was the contact with the 12 kind of what did you in?
Yeah, Terry and I were about the same speed. I don't know what the hell, 8 and 12, we're up there doing 8 or 9 laps down racing, but it's part of it. It's Darlington. What better guy can he ask to win if we don't win is Terry Labonte. He's a legend in our sport and helped take it to what it is today, and that's awesome for those guys. I'm proud of them. Proud of this GM Goodwrench bunch, and ooh, that's a long day.
3 straight second-place finishes for Kevin Harvick. Dave?
Jimmie Johnson finished third, getting congratulations from his crew chief and his dad and the rest of the crew. Jimmie, what was wrong at the end? You led early.
You know, this track is so finicky. If you're a little tight, you know, the track's so abrasive, you'll burn the right front off of it, and then, you know, you end up real tight at the end of the run, you end up 10th. Then we were loose, so then we burn the right rear off of it, and then we slide back, and just hitting in the sweet spot's so hard to do. But really, the pit stops made the biggest deal. Cars that were so equal on the track, it all came down to the pit stops, and I just got to say, I'm so happy for Terry Labonte, the whole 5 team for winning this race. It's good for them. Happy for us, third right now, and I'm sure it was a great day for us in points. So very good day for the Lowe's team.
Great third-place finish for Johnson. Matt?
He's battled the flu all weekend, but was track position the biggest battle for you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the 16 car probably would have won if caution had come out, then we'd have won. 5 had good pit stops. My guys did good all day long, though. Really happy at the Haviland Dodge. For starting the weekend as sick as I was, I can't believe we finished the race and as well as we did. 2 top 5s in a row. That's pretty cool.
4th in the Southern 500.
Victory lane, Terry Labonte in the car. About to climb out, his first win in over 4 years. His first victory in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, as Matt pointed out on the Discover Card Countdown to Green, came 23 years ago tomorrow. Today, he's got the checkered flag from the Southern 500 at Darlington once again. A 2-time Winston Cup champion, a drink of water, and now ready to climb out of the car here in Victory Lane at Darlington. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Mountain Dew Southern 500, Terry Labonte. I'm sure you could hear the fans. You heard Jim Long on the radio. Congratulations, Terry, on a very impressive win.
Well, thanks. I don't know where to start. Got to thank Kellogg's, our sponsor, sticking with us. We were on a losing streak with mail there for a while, and I think we got it behind us now. And thanks Chevrolet and Quaker State and GMAC and everybody, Hendrick Motorsports. So what an awesome car. Jim Long, these guys did a great job. Our pit stops were awesome. That won the race for us. We got out front there, and they worked on my tires a little bit there in the last set and aired them up a little bit, and it was pretty fast. So just a great day for us, and I'm sure I forgot to thank somebody, but you know, I just can't say enough about this team and Rick Hendrick and all the guys at Hendrick Motorsports. And
Terry, there comes a point in every athlete's career when they wonder if they're going to be part of another winning moment again. Did that thought ever cross your mind?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But obviously, you hung in there, you hung tough, and Rick stayed behind you and these guys, and you got back at one of the toughest tracks on the circuit.
Well, we felt like we were just a lot better team than we were a year ago. The guys in the Fab Shop are doing a great job building those cars this year, and you know, we've had some good runs, and you know, we've had some pretty good finishes, and we've been a lot more consistent than we've been a year ago. So this is pretty exciting. Win the last Southern 500 down here Labor Day weekend is pretty cool. I was wishing it stayed hot all day though. But thank all the fans down here at Darlington. What a great place, and just a great day for our Kellogg's team.
Congratulations, Terry. Terry Labonte in victory lane.
There's his wife Kim joining in. Great day for Terry Labonte as he wins the 54th Mountain Dew Southern 500. Final running order today. Greg Biffle soldiered on to a 10th place effort. Despite his mechanical problems, Matt Kenseth, championship leader, came in 14th. And now all the guys that had all the problems today.
And there was a bunch of them.
Will the tradition be as strong in November? I think so. I hope so. It's always great watching a race here at Darlington. Championship standings, you see them there. On to Richmond next weekend on TNT. What a great afternoon here at Darlington. Terry Labonte has won the 54th Mountain Dew Southern 500. You've been watching NASCAR on NBC.